Good morning to everyone. On behalf of Estonian Freemason Society, my name is Paul Himma, and I'm the moderator of this conference. We are opening the conference 250 years of Freemasonry in Estonia in context of Northern European Masonry. We are here enjoying the hospitality of the Estonian History Museum, and I'm happy to pass over the floor to Peeter, the Chief Executive Officer of Estonian History Museum. Please.
Tere hommikust, good morning, Mr. Grandmaster, members of Lodge, dear guests of the conference. It's a great honor to welcome you here in the Grand Guildhouse Hall in the Estonian History Museum. It's very symbolic that we celebrate this jubilee in Estonian Freemasonry in the Estonian History Museum. It's for two reasons. The collections of our museum were founded almost 160 years ago by people with Freemasonry ideas. And the museum has preserved the cultural heritage related to the Freemasonry for many years up to today. And I hope that today's conference will give us new insights into the history and present of Freemasonry, and it's give a lot of more information for our collections and for the future. I wish you a very interesting day, and of course you are welcome to visit our exhibition here in this hall. Thank you.
Thank you. So, some practical issues before we start with our presentations. Beside the audience we have here, everyone who has link can join our conference over the internet. So, we all are part of the live broadcast over internet. So, welcome to our virtual audience as well. What is going to happen here today? We will have 6 presentations today. 3 presentations before the lunch break and 3 after. First presentations, we start from the overview of Estonian Freemasonry from 1991, presented by Peeter Tenjes, and followed by Antti Talvitie from Finland and Valdis Pirags from Latvia. After the lunch, we continue with the next 3 presentations, starting from Sweden, presented by Anders Strömberg, Swedish Order of Freemasons, and followed by the presentation about Freemasonry in Germany, presented by Edgar Müller, the Landlodge of Germany. Our last presenter comes from Estonia too, and historian Silver Lloyd is presenting the overview of Masonic connections of Estonian diplomats between 2 world wars. So, we have very tight schedule and 6 presentations to go. But anyhow, I hope we can keep some minutes after every presentation for questions and remarks. But may I remind you that we need to use a microphone, and I will assist you if somebody needs to ask something after the presentation. Freemasonry is very wide and perfect issue for long debates and discussions. We are here today focusing on historically important moments of Freemasonry in this region. You are welcome to have coffee, tea, water during the day, and at the lunch break we will have possibility for the soup. For our virtual audience, sorry, I can only recommend to step closer to your fridge. Restrooms either close to the wardrobe or one floor down. So you are welcome to powder your nose if you need it. And please don't take photos, especially with a flash. So, what else? I think nothing from me, and now we are going to start with the first presentation. Peeter, Tenjes, please, floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. It's an honor and pleasure to be here and talk about the history of contemporary Freemasonry in Estonia. In the title, you will see 3 numbers. The first one corresponds to the year when the first Estonian Freemasons were initiated. The second one is the consecration of our Grand Lodge, and the third one is today's date. As you will see, there are 30 years between the first and the last numbers. When calculating with the precision of months, it is only 1 month less than precisely 30 years. It isn't easy to describe these 30 years, people, ideas, events within 45 minutes, but I will try to give my best. And of course, probably my overview will be somewhat biased toward my understandings and limitations. Two notes. First, we are Freemasons, but I also use quite often the shorter term Mason as a synonym simply. And the second note, our official title of our organization is the Grand Lodge of Free and Accepted Freemasons of Estonia. But still, I often use a shorter name, Estonian Grand Lodge, or simply the Grand Lodge. In this timeline, I try to distinguish some specific periods of our 30 years history. I'll describe them in more detail in the following slides. Now I only say a few sentences about what I had in mind. The first period, from 1991 to 98, I called learning of Freemasonry. Reading only from books about Freemasonry or reading a published ritual, this is the procedure of our meetings, is quite far from feeling the practice and living in Freemasonry. Receiving a Master Mason degree is only a first step in our long way. Projecting ourselves to these times, it is clear that for most of our brethren, it was impossible in the early 90s to participate in Finland meetings every month or even more frequently. The second period was from 1999 to 2003, and I called it growing in Freemasonry. By the end of 1999, the Estonian Grand Lodge was already established, but all this machinery needed to work smoothly. And also by that time, lodges were already established in Pärnu and Tartu. In reality, Freemasonry outside of Tallinn only started to grow. During this period, we started our summer seminars with families, philosophical seminars, a research lodge, etc., etc. The third period, I thought that it is proper to distinguish from 2004 to 2009 and called it systematic development and maturity. The term systematic means to set up main long-term goals. In addition to everyday things, systematic developments of international relations and a system of additional degrees were started. To start with a system of additional degrees, it was necessary to create their own mutually consistent statutes. By the end of 2008, 3 new grand units were established and consecrated, and the full Masonic system started to work smoothly. Estonian Freemasonry reached a mature age. The last period here is from 2010 to the present day, and it is called further developments. One of the most important developments during this period, and even in longer terms, was establishing a system to solve our central temple and other temples' problems all over the Estonia. In addition, I would like to point out the establishment of an English language lodge working according to the emulation ritual, the system of training of lodge's officers, recording of the ritual music, and establishing even more additional degrees. Of course, it is possible to make a more detailed distinction of periods, but let us limit here with these 4 periods at present. Now let us look at all this in more detail. Numbers. First brothers were raised to the Master Mason degree at the end of 1991. By the time of the establishment of the Grand Lodge of Estonia in 1999, we had about 100 Masonic brethren. By the end of 2020, we had about 730 Masons. These numbers does not include double domestic and foreign members. We see a pretty firm and steady annual increase, except for 2020, due to the COVID virus restrictions. Restrictions influence and unfortunately will influence everything. Let us start now with the years before the Estonian Grand Lodge was founded. That is the first period from 1991 to 98, learning of Freemasonry. First Estonian brothers were invited to join Masonry by their Finnish friends from the end of 1991 to early 92. In autumn 1991, Finnish Grand Lodge decided that they are ready to help to introduce Freemasonry in Estonia. And indeed, soon after that, they did this independently in several Finnish lodges. By March next year, there were 12 Master Masons in Estonia. They started to contemplate how to create an environment, allowing them and their followers to move on in Freemasonry. And as we live in a society with its rules, thus it is also necessary to have an official organization. After a few months, the Estonian Freemasons Association, official organization, was registered as a non-profit association. It regulated relations with the state, and for ourselves, it has just a purpose to create conditions for the foundation of the first Estonian lodge. For the first brothers, it was also obvious the need of learning. At meetings of the association, several presentations were made about the basic principles and history of Freemasonry. Lodge's activities are mainly their official meetings. These meetings will be conducted according to a specific ritual. Also, our brothers participated in meetings in Finland. It was clear that while starting to work in Estonia, they should perform the ceremonies in Estonian. Thus, the translation of the ritual from Finnish to Estonian became of paramount importance. In June 1992, the first draft of the translation was ready. The Finnish Grand Lodge founded the first Estonian lodge consisting of only Estonians in November 1992 in Tallinn. The master of the first lodge was Arno Körna. The event was noted by the Estonian newspaper Õhtuleht, and during September to October 1993, there were interviews in Kuku Radio with Arno Körna, in the magazine Eesti Ekspress with Antti Oitsalu and some others. Mutual visits of Estonian and Finnish brothers were frequent. The number of Estonian Masons grew, and in January 1994, the second lodge was founded in Tallinn. But still, during the full year 1994, membership growth was mainly via Finnish lodges. At the beginning of next year, the situation changed, and new members were raised in Estonia. I already mentioned the first draft version of the ritual, which was ready by the summer of 1992. It was a pretty long publication, and of course needed additional editing. The first printed version of the first edition, as we say today, was ready in February 1994. It was printed in Finland. The second corrected edition was in October 1997, and third updated edition in 1999, and so on and so on. The first two lodges were established in Tallinn, but they also included brothers from Tartu and Pärnu. Thus, from 1995, brethren from these two cities started to think that maybe it is time to expand the Masonry beyond Tallinn. Also, it seems that the third lodge would be in Tartu. Brothers from Pärnu were more active, and the third lodge was established in Pärnu at the beginning of 1996. The fourth lodge was founded in Tartu in June next year. One may say that from the foundation of the first lodge, there was a problem with our meeting rooms. For a meeting, it is necessary to have a large hall of at least 50 square meters, two smaller spaces, and a room to keep the essential lodge's design elements. We used several different rooms during these early years, and of course it was not very convenient. Fortunately, at the end of 1998, we signed a long-term contract to start using the large hall and two smaller additional rooms in the Church of Pirita Olympic Yachting Center on certain nights of the week based on a lease. The second period was from 1999 to 2003, growing in Freemasonry. This period started with the establishment of the Grand Lodge of Estonian Freemasons. Preparations began a year before. During the annual convocation in May 1998, the Grand Master of Finnish Grand Lodge fixed a possible date of the solemn consecration of the Estonian Grand Lodge. This was from Finnish side. From the Estonian side, it was needed an official petition. As the summer in Freemasonry is a holiday season, it was just after the beginning of the autumn season when representatives of all four Estonian lodges unanimously decided to establish the Grand Lodge of Estonia and applied to the Grand Lodge of Finland to carry out the consecration ceremony. By that time, we had, as I earlier said, about 100 Masonic brethren. Also, the number of brethren and lodges were modest. The preparations were far from being easy. The entire structure of the Grand Lodge had to be built. Luckily, we didn't have to start from zero. For example, we already had the second edition of the Estonian Lodge ritual. The statutes of the Grand Lodge and various lodge report forms were translated from their Finnish counterparts. Nearly in all aspects, we received valuable insight and recommendations from our Finnish colleagues. The emblems, stamper, honorary decorations, lodge activity licenses, and the convocation memorial medal all were designed. The Grand Lodge of Free and Accepted Freemasons of Estonia was established and consecrated on 18th of May 1991, just as it was initially planned. The ceremony took place in the House of Blackheads in Tallinn and was organized by the Grand Lodge of Finland. There were guests from 9 Grand Lodges all over the world at the gathering. As it is well known, Arno Körna was installed as the first Grand Master of our Grand Lodge. The first issue of the Venlus magazine of Estonian Freemasons was also published by that time. As a rule, magazine appeared 3 times a week, and later, when its format was much more voluminous, twice a year. The establishment of the Grand Lodge was an exciting event for us. This is why, for example, our annual nationwide summer rendezvous in Sauga, Pärnu County, caught a kind of second wind from the following summer. These summer seminars started already several years before, but the event became very popular among the brethren and their families since 2000. In the following and subsequent years, it was vital to continue the long-term administrative development of the Grand Lodge. It was necessary to prepare rituals, to install and consecrate a new lodge, create the registers of lodge members, and translate different instruction materials for lodge's officers. During these years, the number of Masons and lodges consistently increased. An average Estonian lodge consists of about 30 brethren. It is less than an average lodge, for example, in Denmark, Sweden. We are determined not to let the number of members in the lodge to grow too high, as we think that it is good that most lodge members have a dedicated task or an office to fill in the lodge. New brethren become involved in lodge activities relatively quickly. Since the establishment of the Grand Lodge, Masonic research and ritual training activities have intensified. Only a little more than 3 years after the establishment of the Grand Lodge, in the year 2002, Osiris Research Lodge was established. Since the same year, nationwide training seminars have been organized. The first temple blessing ceremony was held in January 2003. This was the temple of the lodge in Pärnu County. Also, the meeting room was not owned by us, but only rented. The room's furniture and other design elements were stationary there. Now, a little about additional degrees. Our first Grand Master, Arno Körna, said that Freemasonry teaching is so vast and deep that it is impossible to present all the content of it within 3 craft degrees only. For this reason, several additional Masonic degrees exist, which open the Freemasonry principles from different aspects of human life virtues. The first of additional degrees in Estonia was Master Masonry. It is possible to join with this degree after being raised to the Master Mason. At the time of foundation of the Grand Lodge, we had only 13 Estonian Mark Master Masons, 3 Royal Archmasons, and 4 Roscroa Masons. All these brothers received their degrees by individual application in Finland, the closest location where the respective meetings were held. The situation remained the same during the subsequent few years. Joining Mark Master and Roscroa degrees were about 5 brothers per year, with Royal Arch 2 brothers per year. The third period distinguished here was from 2004 to 2009, and we can characterize it as a systematic development and maturity. From 2003, Estonian Mark Master Masons started to contemplate about a local lodge where the working language would be Estonian. Agreement between the Estonian Grand Lodge and the Finnish Mark Master Grand Lodge was reached at the end of the same year. The ritual was translated into Estonian, and the first Mark Master Masons Lodge was established in Tallinn in May 2004. The number of Mark Master Masons started to grow rapidly, and during 2006 to 2007, 3 more lodges were established, 2 in Tallinn and 1 in Viljandi County. I only briefly note that the Royal Arch Masonry came to us both from England and Finland. The first 2 Royal Arch chapters worked, one in English, the other in Estonian. By 2007, already 3 Royal Arch chapters had started to work in Tallinn. Already in 2003 or 2004, it was clear for the Grand Master that the development of all additional degrees needs a systematic approach. First, it was necessary to fix a logical order to join these different degrees, or in a popular term, steps in Masonry. Second, it was essential to have a long-term plan to establish corresponding Estonian Grand units for these degrees. For example, Mark Master Lodges operated then under the jurisdiction of Finnish Mark Master Masons Grand Lodge. This jurisdiction status can be only a temporary solution. A similar situation was with Royal Arch and Roscroa chapters. And third point, to establish grand units for all these 3 degrees, it was necessary to create their own mutually consistent statutes, and they must be unified to a certain extent. Our Grand Lodge planned to establish the corresponding Grand Lodge and Grand Chapter in 2008. I mentioned already that it was necessary to update the statutes of all grand units in the context of the overall Estonian legal environment and to modernize other administrative procedures of the Estonian Grand Lodge. This updating became pervasive work. The economic dealings of all units were drawn together under the Estonian Freemasons Association, and it is now safe to say that such organization of business is justified. In 2004, it was decided that in an administrative sense, Mark Master Masonry and Royal Arch Masonry should be closely related with the Craft Grand Lodge. For this reason, the statutes of Mark Master Grand Lodge and Royal Arch Grand Chapter do not foresee any elected grand officers in these grand units. The statutes prescribe that the Grand Master of Freemasons of Estonia is at the same time also the leader of the Markmasters Grand Lodge and the Royal Lodge Grand Chapter. Similarly, some other Grand Officers will be the same. Why? We think that such an arrangement leads to an optimal administrative capacity, more compact procedures, and avoidance of doubling in several activities. The establishment of the Markmaster Grand Lodge took place in 23rd of February 2008, and the corresponding Finnish Grand Lodge performed it. The Estonian Royal Lodge Grand Chapter was established on 5th of April in the same year, and also corresponding Finnish Grand Chapter conducted it. The first Grand Master of the Markmaster Grand Lodge and the first Grand Principal of the Royal Lodge Grand Chapter was installed and blessed Arne Kaasik. The third additional degree was the ancient and accepted rite of Freemasonry. By the end of the year 2006, about 30 Estonian brethren have received their Roscroix degrees in Finland. And contrary to Markmaster and Royal Lodge Masonry, it was not considered necessary to first establish corresponding chapters consisting of Estonians in Estonia. After discussions with the Supreme Council for Finland, both sides decided to establish the Supreme Council of the Ancient and Accepted Rite for Estonia together with the first Roscroix chapter. The Supreme Council for Estonia and the first chapter was founded in June 2008. Antti Oitsalu was installed and blessed as the Sovereign Grand Commander. 3 remaining Roscroix chapters of the Rite were established in October. Thus, by the end of 2008, 3 new Grand units were established and consecrated, and all the Masonic system started to work smoothly. During this period, also a systematic development of our international relations started. The number of Grand Lodges all over the world recognizing our Grand Lodge increased steadily. An essential event for us was in October 2007, when an annual meeting of European Grand Secretaries and Grand Councillors took place in Tallinn. It was a high responsibility event, the organization of which by our young Grand Lodge should not have been taken for granted. There were 24 Grand Lodges represented, and the event turned out to be a big success. The tradition of annual philosophical seminars began in November 2006 with a Pärnu seminar. The idea to organize this kind of seminars had occurred to the Grand Master in March of the same year. In several years, these seminars were international. To summarize, one may say that by 2009, Estonian Freemasonry reached a mature age. The majority of our activities are concerned with the inner dealings of our fraternity. However, not all. On the more prominent activities that have been aimed at the general public, it is worth mentioning the exhibition, a glance into the history of Freemasonry in Europe and in Estonia, which took place in the library of Tallinn University from the end of October to the beginning of December 2008. The exhibition was organized in cooperation with the Tallinn University's library, the Estonian History Museum, and the Grand Lodge of Estonia. In December 2008, the Rotalia Lodge organized a year-end concert of Masonic and sacral music for the general audience in Haapsalu. And there are more examples. And last but not least, the present exhibition and conference. Currently, there are 25 lodges are working under the jurisdiction of the Grand Lodge of Estonia. 2 of the lodges, a research lodge and the training lodge, do not give degrees. From these 23 remaining lodges, 13 are in Tallinn, 4 in Tartu, 1 in Rakvere, 1 in Viljandi, 2 in Pärnu, and 2 in Haapsalu. Thus, we may conclude that Freemasonry has spread all over Estonia. The number of Mark Master Masons and their lodges have also steadily grown in Estonia. The same is true also for Royal Arch Masons and Ancient and Accepted Rite Masons. There are currently 10 Mark Master lodges in Estonia, 6 in Tallinn, 1 in Pärnu, 2 in Tartu, and 1 in Haapsalu. The working language of one of Tallinn's lodge is English. The number of Royal Arch chapters is 9, 6 in Tallinn, 2 in Tartu, and 1 in Haapsalu. Since 2012, the English language chapter in Tallinn has also accepted brethren from Latvia and Lithuania, according to agreements with Latvian and Lithuanian Grand Lodges. The Ancient and Accepted Rite chapters, we have 5, 4 in Tallinn and 1 in Tartu. The last period is from 2010, there is a typing error, to the present, and I called it further development. All over the world, there are several different meetings rituals in use. In our Grand Lodge, we use a ritual used in Finland, several Grand Lodges in the United States, and some other regions. Our ritual is, of course, not a word-to-word translation, and also these rituals themselves differ a little from each other. But a special place in all the variety of rituals is the English emulation ritual, used, for example, in many lodges in England. Based on the United Grand Lodge of England permit, a lodge was established in Tallinn in January 2010, which uses the English emulation ritual in their meetings. The lodge's founding members were from Estonia, Finland, Sweden, England, Scotland, and Ireland. Initially, the meetings of the lodge were held 4 times a year, at present 9 times a year, as in other lodges. In the year 2010, the annual convocation of all grand units approved joint long-term development plans for the next 6 years. The activities of this and the following year were dominated by several training sessions in most Estonian lodges almost every month. The founding of the Grand Lodge of Estonia, when it started, all the lodges' meetings in Tallinn held their meetings in Pirita Olympic Yachting Center. As I said, the rooms were available for us on certain nights on the week, and naturally, it could be only a temporary solution. After careful consideration of numerous alternatives, the Grand Lodge decided to purchase part of the building, located at Tatari 25, Tallinn. The building design was entrusted to Antti Talvitie. The construction of the building started in 2010, and the Estonian Freemasons Association acquired the temple premises in next year. Since the 1st of April 2012, all gatherings of lodges and additional degrees have been held in the new building. Also, the number of Freemasons is the greatest in Tallinn and around the city. As we know, lodges also operate all over Estonia. Hence, the need for temple premises is not limited to Tallinn. To provide a sustainable solution for problems associated with temple premises, also in the long run, the Grand Lodge followed the proposal of Lodge Masters and founded a Future Assurance Fund under the Estonian Freemasons Association. Two Pärnu lodges held their meetings in Sauga, a village not far from Pärnu, where the lodges can use nicely constructed quarters in the attic of an old stone granary. The main meeting hall is not very spacious, but it is beautifully crafted and features a homely atmosphere. Also, lodges in Tartu and Haapsalu have set up their sights on acquiring their own temple premises. Suitable locations have been found in both cities, and planning design started and have completed. Temple in Haapsalu was finished in 2014, and in Tartu in a year later. In addition to temple buildings, Estonian Freemasonry developed in subsequent years also in other aspects. To make better use of the alms that lodges have collected over several years, and to allow direct donations, the Grand Lodge approved in 2011 the establishment of a fraternal fund under the Estonian Freemasons Association. Recently, in previous year, the fraternal fund was modified into a more flexible fund, the Pelican Fund. The activity of the fund is directed to charity. I mentioned earlier that research projects were presented mainly in the Osiris Lodge, but informal discussion groups were started to launch during the fourth period in several lodges, in a nationwide level and in local level. The discussion groups have concentrated quite different topics: the nature of Freemasonry, its public image, history, worshipful masters' years, and so on and so on. Annual philosophical seminars have become an integral part of our activities. Since the first occurrence in 2013 in Pärnu, our seminars have become international. Estonian Freemasonry is part of international Freemasonry, and what could be more natural than an exchange of ideas between Masons from different countries? Previously, I already mentioned a variety of additional degrees in Freemasonry. In addition to the degrees mentioned earlier, it is worth noting the Royal Ark Mariner Masonry working under the Estonian Maakmaster Masons Grand Lodge. First Royal Ark Mariner Lodge was established in... next slide. First Royal Ark Mariner Lodge was established in 2011. At present, there are 3 Royal Ark Lodges, one in Tallinn, one in Tartu, and one in Haapsalu. From May 2011, the first Estonian Knight Templar and the Knights of Malta Preceptory under the jurisdiction of the Grand Priory of Finland started to work in Tallinn. At present, there are 3 preceptories, all in Tallinn. From 2014, the Council of Royal and Select Masters under the jurisdiction of Grand Council of Greece and its councils abroad started to work in Tallinn. This degree is usually called as cryptic degrees. From April 2019, the Provincial Grand Lodge of the Royal Order of Scotland started to work in Tallinn. From February 2020, a conclave of the Red Cross of Constantine under the jurisdiction of the corresponding Grand Conclave of the Finland started to work in Tallinn. In this slide, there is briefly and zoomed on this timetable of our Grand Lodge development I showed in previous slides. But let's move on. Final words. Older brothers remember well the foundation of the Grand Lodge of Estonia. Time passes quickly, and it seems unbelievable that the Freemasonry started only 30 years ago, and from the consecration of the Grand Lodge have passed only 20 years. Likely, the next 10, 20, 30 years will be in a similar way fruitful for Estonian Freemasonry. The objective of our brothers during these 30 years and in future remained and will remain undoubtedly the same: to become better men and to grow in building our personal spiritual temple. That means to accept the ideals of Freemasonry: honesty, justice, and brotherhood. The aim of our organization, the Grand Lodge, was and is to help this by creating the necessary environment. But this is not the last slide. I have one additional slide. Earlier I intended to put it in the middle of my presentation, but add it to the end. During my talk, I several times mentioned the word ritual and our ritual or rituals. So, what is the ritual? What is our ritual? The basic form of the ritual is quite similar to the procedure of several other organizations. The meeting is typically held in two main parts. The first involves more administrative procedures: opening the meeting, checking who is present or absent, confirming the minutes of the previous meeting, proposing and balloting for new members, making financial decisions, receiving news, forwarding correspondence, and so on and so on. The second part focuses on ceremonies, which might relate to the admittance of the new members or the annual installation of the master of the lodge and his officers. The admittance ceremony also consists of two parts: the ceremony by itself and a lecture where the ceremony will be explained. In addition, there may be meetings where there are no ceremonial procedures. Instead, lodge's members or guests will give lectures about various Masonic topics. This is the overall procedure of all our meetings and all the meetings of additional degrees, and this is the main content and structure of our ritual. So thank you for your attention, and I economize 2 minutes, as I see. Or?
You can go on. Thank you, Peter. Any remarks, questions? If there are, maybe somebody's thinking it. I would say that my personal remark would be that I thought that I know almost everything about Estonian Freemasonry, but it's very good to refresh my memory. Yeah. Thank you very much. So,
and for me also, when I prepared this presentation, it was also excellent to refresh the memory.
Good. I see that everything is clear what concerns Estonian Freemasonry, so we can go on. Thank you, Peeter.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next presenter comes from Finland, Antti Talvitie, Grand Lodge of Finland, and we will hear about cases Finland and Estonia. Was it founding or restoring it? It's good to know. Please, Antti, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. It's nice to be here and honored to be asked to be here. So, founding or restoring Freemasonry cases of Finland and Estonia. Ideas and currents of thoughts arise freely and are often diffused fast and without much control. Instead, organizations tend to attempt to control and direct the growth and expansion of its units under their rule. Early Masonry came into existence in the developments in the British Isles, Scotland, England, and Ireland sometime during the last decades of the 16th century, evolving into Freemasonry not later than the latter part of the 17th century. At the time, regulations to direct lodges to perform king's works by issuing statutes like William Shaw had done in 100 years earlier, lost all bearings since these lodges did not consist of professional stonemasons anymore. At the turn of the 18th century, British lodges were occupied more and more by gentlemen and dilettantes, craving for ancient rituals, rhetorical conversation on philosophy, esoteric allegories, fashionable talk on architecture, art, music, and plays, pondering the essence of life and death, right and wrong, beauty and equality among men, and the arrangement of the firmament above, and not forgetting making new friends and acquaintances, and most of all, the choice of festive board and wine. Freemasonry had reached the point whereafter nothing could prevent its expansion throughout the civilized world and beyond. Only an organizing body was missing until the first Grand Lodge was established. When the first Grand Lodge, the Grand Lodge of London and Westminster, known better as Premier Grand Lodge of England, was founded on 24th June 1717, it soon began to control and regulate lodges by necessitating charters, constitutions, statutes, rules, and regulations, and demanded that lodges be numbered and listed on the rolls of the Grand Lodge. The expansion of Freemasonry, however, did not always obey the rules, and new lodges were founded by the right of warrant, but sometimes also without any warrant or patent. Freemasonry reached France and Paris when Irish expatriates and Catholic Jacobite exiles from England and Scotland were among those who founded the St. Thomas Lodge in 1725, positioning Parisian Freemasonry at that stage against the regularity of English Masonry. The first Swedes who were introduced into Freemasonry got their degrees in 1729 in a lodge called King's Head at Paris, gaining its name from Louis d'Argent, an early silver coin bearing the effigy of King Louis XV, and being also the first Parisian lodge with the number 90 on the rolls of the English list of lodges. This was the source of Masonic light of Sweden and starting point of Scandinavian Freemasonry. Arrival of Masonic light into Sweden, Finland, and Estonia. when the first lodges were founded in the Kingdom of Sweden, in Finland, the eastern province of Sweden, and in Estonia, the northern part of the Baltic governorates of the Russian Empire. The circumstances varied greatly in these areas. The Swedish Empire was a great European power and exercised territorial control in much of the Baltic region during the 17th century and early 18th century until the Treaty of Neustadt in 1721, after the Great Northern War, when King Frederick I of Sweden was forced to formally recognize the transfer of Estonia, Livonia, Ingria, southeast Finland to Russia, while Russia returned the bulk of Finland under Swedish rule. This was a decisive shift which altered circumstances in the Nordic countries and the Baltics. For the Kingdom of Sweden, the years of the Great Northern War had been utterly devastating, and the realm had to be completely built up again in every sense of the term. The powers of the king had been too all-embracing, and most of the power was now vested in the people represented by Riksdag of the estates. The Age of Liberty had begun. King Frederick I lost his popularity, and the nobility found room to gain power and establish relations with the elite and at the European courts, mostly in France. This gave opportunity for the bold young men like Baron Johann Sack and Count Niels Bjelke to join the Lord King's Head at Paris, as mentioned earlier. Johann Sack's half-brother, socialite Count Axel Vredesparre, had befriended with King Louis and joined the Jacobite lords in Paris around year 1731. Back in Stockholm, Count Vrede founded or started a lodge in 1735 on his own right, without any warrant, and began to hold meetings initiating Swedish dignitaries into Freemasonry. In 1752, Count Knut Posse founded Lodge Saint-Jean Auxiliaire by virtue of patent from French Grandmaster Louis de Bourbon-Condé, Count of Clermont. A regular Freemasonry in Sweden was established. The Great Northern War affected Finland heavily, and the Russian occupation of Finland is known as a Great Wrath. Russian terror, massacres, and atrocities led, according to recent research, to the loss of thousands in death, and tens of thousands were enslaved and taken to Siberia. It took decades before the country recovered from the war. However, by mid-1750s, economy was booming again, and in 1748 began the long-standing construction work of sea fortress Sveaborg, which gave, in front of Helsinki, which gave boost to the whole southern Finland and Helsinki. Multitude of military engineers, architects, and officers with constructors and laborers gathered in Helsinki. In 1756, St. Johannesloge, St. Augustine was founded in Stockholm, which in 1758 moved to Turku and later 1762 to Helsinki. In 1777, St. Andreasloge Phoenix was founded in Helsinki, and next year a grand chapter was founded in Turku for higher degrees, this profoundly establishing Freemasonry in Finland. Finnish Masonic historians usually term the significant event of founding St. Augustine as founding St. Augustine Lodge for Finland. The idea of founding a lodge in Sweden for Finland gives the impression that the lodge was somehow meant to serve the Finns and to be understood as a gift from Swedish Freemasons to the poor Finns. This interpretation is false. We should take into consideration that at the time there was no Finland as a separate state, and the area called Finland, where the Finns lived, was in no way sovereign. Finland was at the time Grand Duchy of Finland under Swedish rule, the eastern part of the kingdom, and the Finnish-speaking population with a notable Swedish-speaking section were citizens of the Kingdom of Sweden. The more correct interpretation of the founding of the Lodge Augustine would be that the Lodge was founded for the benefit of Freemasons, Swedes or otherwise, working, dwelling or staying in Finland, and to initiate eligible men into Freemasonry. We must keep in mind, however, that the members of St. Augustine Lodge consisted predominantly of Swedes. They were officers, civil servants, noblemen, clergymen, merchants, physicians, etc., and none of them had Finnish name. St. Johannes Lodge, St. Augustine, whether we choose to call it Lodge for Finland or not, was the first lodge in Finland, and thus Finland was brought into light of Masonry. It is of utmost importance to find that the starting of the lodge in Finland was fully internal business of the Swedish Freemasons. Freemasonry was introduced into Finland by a Masonic organization which already existed in the kingdom. It was no operation of any external power, no foreign crown lords, nor was it incorporated with any foreign political, economical, cultural or military intentions or aims. It was a lodge for Freemasons in the realm, and it's situated in Finland, and as such it's consolidated role of Freemasonry in the kingdom. A few decades later, Freemasonry was introduced also in Tallinn when the Masonic Lodge ISIS applied to the German-speaking St. Petersburg's Lodge Apollo for the rights of a lodge in 1771 and was given these rights in 1773. Baron Georg von Reichel from Brunswick was sent to St. Petersburg as a representative of the Große Landesloge, the Freimaurer von Deutschland. He founded at least 7 lodges working according to Zinnerfor's system, if we may call it so. In the minute book of the ISIS, there is a mention of another Masonic lodge called Bruderliebe, acting in Tallinn. Members of these lodges were mostly German or Russian noblemen, merchants, civil servants, and clergymen. Only 2 brothers, Pastor Otto Wilhelm Massing and musician Karl Friedrich Karel, were known to be Estonians. No doubt, we will, in course of this conference, learn more of Estonian Freemasonry during this period of 1770s. Ivan Jelagin, unofficial secretary to the Catherine II, was ordered in 1776 to unify lodges under his control, under the auspices of the Minerva zu den drei Palmen Lodge in Berlin. Unfortunately, the 1794 ban of Freemasonry by Catherine II cut short the Estonian Freemasonry when 4 lodges in Tallinn were voluntarily closed. The light of Freemasonry was lit in Estonia, although it must be added that the lodges there served mostly foreigners and interests of German and Russian masonry and cultural ties. Freemasonry in Finland lasted until the Finnish War or the Vene-Ruotsi-soda 1808-1809, when Finnish lodges voluntarily closed and moved their archives and belongings to Stockholm for safekeeping. At the same time, overwhelmingly majority of lodge members retired or retroceded to mainland Sweden. Nevertheless, the monies of the Finnish lodges were donated to support war orphans and widows of fallen soldiers in Finland. The light of Masonry faded, and the first phase of Freemasonry in Finland and the Baltics became extinct. Throughout the Russian era, Finland still had connections with Sweden, and many Finns traveling in Sweden or in continental Europe encountered Freemasonry there. Particularly seafarers had opportunities to join foreign lodges as far as the east coast of Africa and Hawaii. However, the numbers of these Finnish Freemasons during the Russian era was insignificant. Gradually, the ethos of Freemasonry was forgotten and few even knew about Freemasonry. Up ahead in the distance appears a shimmering light of Freemasonry. The Finnish national awakening had its roots even in the late 18th century, when concepts like Suomi, that's Finland, suomalaiset, the Finns, Suomen kansa, Finnish people, Suomen kansakunta, Finnish nation, became common. Nevertheless, these were not accepted to be used in official documents. By the mid-1800s, public opinion turned towards the West: Sweden, Denmark, Germany, France, and the United Kingdom. This was seen in newspapers and periodical magazines, which began to report more and more Western news and, more importantly, describing new ideas and currents of thoughts. Finns could read in the papers analyses of new political parties, sects, and religions, as well as intellectual, spiritual, and even radical debates. Discussions on Rosicrucianism, Kabbalah, anthroposophy, socialism, spiritism, theosophy, and Freemasonry were widely followed by the learned people. These topics were also popular among students writing their doctoral dissertations. By the late 1800s, avant-garde artists and thinkers started to participate in various European movements. Finnish author and occultist Pekka Ervast joined the Skandinaviska Teosofiska Samfundet in Stockholm and later met with members of the other European Theosophical Societies, and soon he founded the Theosophisen Seuran Suomalainen Osasto, this Finnish division of the Theosophical Society. This division got in disagreement with Anne Besant, and the division was dissolved in 1907. Ervas worked for a while closely together with editor Matti Kurikka of Elämäitis Life magazine. Kurikka boasted to aspire to execute social science in the bright light of theosophy. At the same time, the Finnish parliament strived to renew and to modernize the legislation of Finland and to promote gender equality against the will of the Tsar and despite on the ongoing Russification of the country. The parliament was victorious, and the Parliament Act of 1906 included, first in Europe, for women the right to vote and stand for parliament, as well as hold high-ranking public offices. Emigration and good men. The Great Famine of 1866-1868 was the last famine in Finland and the last major famine in Europe. During these great hunger years, about 8.5% of the population of Finland died of hunger. To compare the Finnish famine with the Irish famine 20 years earlier, it must be said that the percentage of lost lives in Ireland was as high as 20 to 25%. Anyhow, in both countries, the famine caused stark disorder and upheaval, and most importantly, the famine in both cases was responsible of significant increase in emigration. There have been earlier waves of migration from Finland, but the Great Famine caused a boom in numbers of immigrants. The Great Migration of 1870-1930 changed the scene totally when more than 600,000 Finns migrated. At the time, the population in Finland was around 2 million. Mostly to the United States and there to small towns in rural northern states. It was hard life, and many perished to alcoholism, hard labor in copper mines and lumbering, and in homesickness. Those who endured formed, however, a strong Finnish-American culture in Michigan, Minnesota, North and South Dakotas, and Wisconsin. Part of the survival was to become a good, hardworking American and plainly a good man. There were many ways to reach the status of a good man. To become a good man, you could join a temperance society, go to church, preserve your roots and heritage, or you could join the local Masonic lodge. Many did join Freemasonry, and those who did it were considered to have done it, to become a good man. At least from 1910, American Finnish Freemasons began to dream of a glorious return to the old country and to bring along Freemasonry as a proof of success of being a good man. Some did move back to Finland, but the time was not ripe for Masonry during the Russian era. Immediately in 1917-1918, when Finland gained her independence and the American Finns assured themselves that it is now or never. They were ready to and willing to re-import Freemasonry into Finland. Alas, they lacked means and powerful friends to do it. In Estonia, the eyes also were turned to the west, craving for freedom and liberty. In Finland and Estonia, liberty was not reached without a bitter wars of independence. The light of Freemasonry re-emerged in Finland, but was it founded, restored, imported, or re-imported? Citizens of the newly founded sovereign country did not exactly know what they wanted. Was Finland to become a Nordic monarchy, like Norway had become in 1905, when she declared independence and proclaimed herself the Kingdom of Norway? Or should Finland become a beacon of democratic republics among the free nations of the world? How should the borderlines of this new state be drawn? And how should the relations be established with the neighboring countries? What about Åland Islands? What about Karelia and East Karelia, the so-called lands of the kindred peoples in Aarhus? What about Petsamo on the coastline of the Barents Sea? To solve all this took time, but finally all was settled and the Treaty of Tartu between Finland and Soviet Russia was reached in 1920. 2 years later, the dispute of Åland Islands was solved by the League of Nations. The wounds of the civil war were sore, but the healing had begun, and economy was improving. Finland was at last ready to receive Freemasonry. The first to arrive was Ordre Masonique Mixte International Le Droit Humain in October 1920, from Copenhagen and Oslo. The Parliament Act of 1906 and the official gender equality in legislation must have been the main factor to hasten the arrival of the Le Droit Humain. This order was expressly imported into Finland, and local demand for this particular order of Masonry being relatively low in the country. Most of the members were also former theosophists or close to them. Pekka Ervast soon had a disagreement with Le Droit Humain. In surprisingly fast pace, he grew apart and formed an order of his own. The Order of Rose-Risti, it's a Rose-Croix, was founded already in November 1920, only a month later than the Le Droit Humain. Rose-Risti accepted both male and female candidates and was based on the first 3 degrees of the Le Droit Humain, and for a long time used the old ritual books of that order. However, on these printed ritual books, many original chapters were omitted, and these scenes were compensated with handwritten occult texts of Ervast beside the portions of Sermon on the Mount, in addition to epic poetry from Kalevala. It is true that the Le Droit Humain was imported into Finland, but the Rose-Risti was certainly anything but imported and restored. It was created and founded, or maybe I would say invented. If the drauman in Finland represents European co-masonry and continental Freemasonry, the Rootsristi is completely homegrown and domestic. 2 years later, in 1922, regular craft was restored in Helsinki when a delegation of the Crown Lords of the state of New York consecrated and founded the Suomi-Loosi #1. The American Finns had finally lured the largest Crown Lords in the United States to establish the craft lords across Atlantic in the obscure and remote new independent state. Most of the convincing was done by the past master of Brooklyn Lords, worshipful Brother Toivo H. Necton. The convincing was not too difficult because the then Crown Master of the Crown Lords of New York, Arthur S. Tompkins, had a mission to contribute to European Freemasonry. In his view, Finland was a maiden jurisdiction with no Masonic connections, which he could insult by founding a lodge there. Besides, during his trip over the Atlantic, he and his crew founded lodges also in Romania and in Syria, Lebanon. On his way to Helsinki, Tompkins stopped for a couple of days in Copenhagen to meet with King Christian X. King Christian was a notable Freemason, and it is probably that the cause for this meeting in Copenhagen was to discuss Tompkins' plan to bring Freemasonry into Finland. It is important to notice that when Suomi-Lodge was founded, it was from the beginning named Suomi-Loosi #1. It is customary to give a new lodge first a number issued by the founding Crown Lords, and only later, when the thus founded lodge is taken under jurisdiction of a new sovereign Crown Lords, it would be renumbered and given the new number 1 then, but Suomi-Loosi was in the beginning #1. By naming Suomi-Loosi with the number 1, it was demonstrated that New York had no intention to rule this lodge for more than a couple of years. The Crown Lords of the state of New York obviously had no political, economical, cultural, or military agenda when bringing Freemasonry into Finland. This is remarkable since founding lodges in Romania and Syria, Lebanon, certainly they had ulterior political motives there. They needed a footstep in Balkans and in Levant. Since the Finnish independence, it had been just a matter of time when the Swedish order of Freemasons will restore and consecrate the St. Johannes Lodge St. Augustine, and consequently the whole system of Swedish Rite Freemasonry. But the Swedes waited patiently to see how the dispute over the Åland Islands was settled. Will the Finland turn politically towards Germany or United Kingdom? Will the Finns form a monarchy or republic? And how the Finns will solve the question of Reds or the Finnish Civil War? The Swedes were keen to see if Finland could stabilize the economy and build democracy. The Swedes were not in a hurry. They knew that in Finland there is a steady and important Swedish-speaking population which will produce candidates for Swedish Rite lodges, whether these were in Sweden or in Finland. However, when the Masons from New York founded Suomi-Lodge #1, it took only 8 months and the St. Augustine Lodge was reconsecrated in Helsinki. The Swedish Order of Freemasons decidedly had an aim to maintain the tradition of offering Freemasonry to the Swedish-speaking Finns and thus support the Swedish cultural heritage in Finland. There was no hurry to restore Swedish Freemasonry in Finland, since none of the other orders founded since October 1920 were of any threat to the aims of the Crown Lords of Sweden. This engagement with the Swedish Order of Freemasons and the Swedish-speaking population in Finland also explains why the Swedes were not in a hurry to recognize the new craft Landlodge of Finland. At the time, it looked like these two orders recruited from separate groups of Finns. Later, this changed when the recognition was done. Relations agreed with visiting rights and the orders grew closer to each other. Nowadays, there is no restrictions and Finnish men could join whichever regular order of Freemasonry at their will, as long as the qualifications requisite are fully met. The ban of Freemasonry was removed when Estonia gained her first independence. However, the circumstances were not yet favorable enough to restore Freemasonry in Estonia. Less than 20 years later, the Declaration of Independence and the consequent independence war of the Russian military returned. After the Second World War, the Soviet rule was established. Soviet occupation lasted from 1944 until 1991, when the independence was reached finally in Estonia. The light of Freemasonry faded away in the late 1700s, but now the smoldering bonfire burst in flames anew. The Estonians had to wait for the return of the Freemasonry for decades and decades. That is much longer than the Finns. But the demand for Freemasonry was strong and spontaneous. There was no reason to postpone the restoring of Freemasonry in Estonia. The question was when and how would they get it and where. It may seem that there were a great many alternatives. However, closer contemplation proves that the feasible alternatives were few. If Freemasonry was wanted rapidly, that meant that numerous men should be initiated in a short period of time. Probable candidates for Freemasonry in Estonia were busy men in working life. They could not spare days and weeks abroad to gain degrees and later regularly attend lodge meetings to pile up experience as a lodge member and also officer of the lodge. They could not spare days and they could not afford long journeys by air. Ferry boats could get the candidates and brethren easily across Gulf of Finland, and the other possibility was to take ferry to Sweden. The rest of the Masonic jurisdictions were too far and available at the time. The next care was the question of language. The Estonian language was not commonly mastered outside Estonia. Therefore, the Estonian men willing to attend Freemasonry abroad had to speak some other language. The Estonian could use any other shared language while attending lodge meetings abroad. In Sweden, they could use Swedish or English, but in Finland, they could use Finnish. The Finnish language was an extraordinary asset for the Estonian pre-independence population. During the Soviet era, Finnish radio and television programs reached Estonia as far south as Tartu, and therefore most Estonians could speak some Finnish or at least understood it. Fairly many spoke fluent in Finnish. This made it possible that Estonians could get degrees in Finnish lodges in Finnish language, could attend the meetings as visitors and most importantly also act as officers in Finnish lodges. Also later, when the Grand Lodge of Finland founded lodges in Estonia, these lodges could be manned and staffed by Estonians and Finns alike until the rituals had been translated and numbers of members were sufficient. This was why the Estonians chose to have their Freemasonry from Finland. To make this happen, it was necessary to reach agreement with the Finnish Crown Lords and find Finnish lodges willing to take members from Estonia. The history of how all this was made possible is known to be most of the listeners, and therefore I will not go into that in any detail. Estonia declared independence on 20th April 1991, and already in 19 November 1999, Grandmaster Matti Peltonen gave the Finnish lodges guidelines how to accept and receive Estonian candidates and make them Freemasons. As soon as in the beginning of December, Arno Körnä, Johanne Kach, Hiid Lepalaan entered the first degree, passed to the second degree, and were raised to the third degree in Granite Lodge number 106 in Helsinki. During the next months, more than 52 Estonians were initiated into Freemasonry in 18 different Finnish lodges, including a meeting of Ratina Lodge number 91, assembling for a meeting in Estonia, this being the first initiation in Estonia for 175 years. The developments were rapid. The Estonian Freemasonry was re-established efficiently and in depth. The first paper of this conference, presented by Peeter, described the advancement and growth of the Estonian Freemasonry from that on. Why Estonians turned to the grounds of Finland and get Freemasonry back to Estonia is already answered. The main reason were the short and easy journey to attend meetings in Finland and the fact that the Estonians were capable of speaking the Finnish language. It still remains to explain why the Finns were eager to help the Estonians to receive degrees and found lodges Phoenix, Patria, Perona, and Kandi, and later to act as the mother Grand Lodge in founding the Grand Lodge of Finland, a free and accepted Freemasons Estonia. Unfathomable enthusiasm and embarrassing mistakes is the title of the last part. It may appear hypocritical to maintain that in Finland the population at large genuinely had warm feelings toward Estonians. We like to call them brothers and sisters and hope they feel the same. This outburst of brotherly love and affection is not false, and neither it is flattering. There is a simple explanation for this feeling. The explanation is almost the same as the explanation why Estonians turned to Finland to gain Freemasonry, short distance between the countries and similarity in the language and culture. During the Romantic time or national awakening, Finns and the rest of Europe constructed idealistic self-portraits. National poets and scientists work hard to build up a story of heroic people, a rich folklore history reaching to the glorious antiquity, close to the mythical gods. This all was quite hollow and vain. Finnish nation could not compete with Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, and Celts, Germans, or Vikings. The Finns did not have age-old kings of their own. What the Finns had was Kalevala and southern neighbors whose language sounded similar. And the Finns shared similar history on the border between the East and the West, and between the Eastern Church and the Western Church. The complicated relations with the Russians were common experience too. When traveling restrictions eased in 1980s, Estonia opened to Finns and the embarrassing phenomenon of vodka tourists was born. During the worst years of Finlandization in the early 1970s, made Finns compare which was better, to kneel down in front of the Soviet Union to maintain the friendly relations and lucrative trade like the Finnish politicians did at the time, or to be occupied by the Soviet Union like Estonia had been forced to do. At the words of Estonian freedom and independence, President Koivisto of Finland, and leading politicians hesitated and did not have the courage to openly endorse and support Estonians. This made ordinary people in Finland very sad and ashamed and very angry. It is not what we wanted. At the moment when the help was needed, our leaders did not dare to give it. When the Estonian independence was finally reality, all mental restrictions disappeared in Finland and everybody wanted to help Estonia and Estonians as best they could. This applies also to Finnish Freemasons. Every Mason and all of the lodges were eager to help and to do their best carrying the light of Masonry back to Estonia. This was all very positive and the will to help was honest. However, in their will to help, the Finns acted often with the attitude of a big brother. Finnish Masons thought that almost 100 years of experience in Masonry made each and every Finn competent in all the Masonic topics. The worst excesses were avoided, and the Finnish Masons followed with pride and joy how the Estonian Freemasonry settled down and grew in strength and numbers. The next problems arose when the Finns realized that the Estonian Freemasons were not satisfied with only the craft, but wanted the dependent orders of Freemason as well, and wanted them soon. This made some to raise a finger and mumble silently about the pace and ripeness. Most of this was cleared peacefully, but not always. The questions were such as, are the Estonians ready for their own crown lords? Are they ready to begin the royal art subjects? Aren't they advancing too fast, too far, etc., etc.? The solution to these doubts and restraints, and eventually, are very simple. The Finnish Freemasons need to understand that the Estonian Freemasons really are free to do as they see fit. It is simple as that. Reaching this conclusion, it is my great joy to congratulate Estonian Freemasonry for its 250 years in search of light of Masonry. Thank you.
Thank you, Antti. Do you have any remarks, questions? I think you are thinking about it, but I have a remark that I think every Estonian and Finnish Mason and not Mason have his own story about our relations, and I can assure everybody, not only you, that Finland has been and is very important to us. So thank you. Thank you. Oh, so sorry.
Most important part.
I didn't forget the most important part.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I see. Our next presenter is ready. I thought he was in the hands of technicians, but I'm happy to, please come here. I'm happy to introduce you Valdis Pirags. He comes from Latvia, from Grand Lodge of Latvia, and he's the first Grand Master of Grand Lodge of Latvia. And as we know, before we heard about the connections between Estonia and Finland, and now I think we hear something about Estonia and Latvia, or Livland or Kurland, and etc. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for this great opportunity to speak to you. And I will add some pictures also to my presentation. More or less, I will speak about the same, about the development of Freemasonry in our countries. But allow me to make a different angle and view from the south. That was the view from the north, from from Finnish side. I actually are double happy to have your invitation, because I received also some very sudden invitation from Deputy Grand Master at that time, or acting Grand Master Arno Körna from Estonia. That happened 25 years back. Yes, but I came by public bus, like yesterday with my car, but at that time I didn't have such opportunity. I was accompanied by one apprentice, Juris Ulmanis, and we arrived in Tallinn and were instructed to go to the building of Eesti Energia. And in that building, the first Tallinn Lodge Phoenix were meeting, and we were really had a great friendship. And later on, I visited also the Tartu when the Ugandi Lodge was installed next year. So I have a very warm and fraternal memories from the south. So, but I will speak 40 minutes or so about my view about development of Freemasonry in Estonia and Latvia, and I will try to focus on similarities and differences in our Masonic path. So this is a rather complicated slide, and it's about the branch of science which is called epistemology. It deals with extraction of the knowledge from the house, and really we have four parts of the knowledge. First is nouns, then known unknowns, then known unknowns, unknown unknowns. Probably you remember that was said also by Donald Rumsfeld when he said that US Army of the USA and allies should invade Iraq. And later on he was asked by journalists, did you have sufficient information about that Saddam Hussein had this nuclear power arms and some weapons of mass destruction? And he said that there are nouns, known unknowns, and unknown unknowns, and that the last was exactly what caused the war in Iraq, an invasion of Iraq. So, but closer to the subject, I will start from known nouns, from my personal experience, which I perfectly know, and that experience is also materialized in many, facts you can find easily in internet and in different books. And then I slowly go down like archaeologist, deeper and deeper under earth, and dig up the strata, probably till early 18th century. So let's start. So this was my visit a few years back to London, and my son is sitting there, and he took this picture of me near to the St. Paul's Cathedral in London. And you all perfectly know the story of creation of the Premier Grand Lodge of London and Westminster. That is the correct name of this Grand Lodge. But of course the Freemasonry was much more older even at that time. And we have a nice authentic building like you have this medieval great hall, great guild hall here in Tallinn, we have a bit younger, but still very interesting hall in pure classicism. And the architect was Christoph Haberland, also a member of our society back in 1778. But interesting why I'm showing that on the roof or on the cellar, you see the bas-relief, and you may guess what is on this bas-relief. It's Minerva, the goddess of wisdom, of course, but personalized by Catherine the Great, or the empress at that time. So that was a reverence of Freemasons towards the supreme ruler of the Livonia at that time. And then at the end, I think it's a bit younger picture. It's the picture of the Tsar, Peeter invading Riga. So the history is nearby, and this is quite known, but there are some elements of unknown nouns, like I showed that 99.99% of visitors of this hall don't even understand why such things are there and what is the history of this hall. Similarly, many people, even in the Baltic countries, are quite ignorant about the history, and they remember our countries as a Baltic republics, which is just few generations. But that is the interesting thing of the human memory. We really now only perfectly know those things which are told by us, by our parents, or in most cases grandparents, and that is our understanding of the history. So the maps are quite interesting source, and then you see Livonia in the center and Estonia in the north, and then Latvia, which actually is also unknown because most of Latvians think that Latvia is just 100 years old or so. But it was always there. Southern part of Livonia was Latvia, or Latvia today. And then, of course, the Kurland in the far south, let's say so. And then is Lithuania, which was not considered as a Baltic province at that time. And then something quite amazing, probably Edgar Müller will tell about it, but actually the creation of the Isis Lodge in Tallinn was in 2 attempts. And the first attempt was to create the lodge from Riga, and by Johann Reichel, which is also, you will tell about him in more details. And the Prince Nikolai Trubetskoy, sorry, I sometimes forget the names. And I got also the picture of him. So the second attempt by Trubetskoy and Reichel from Petersburg was more successful 2 years later. So those are the milestones of the Latvian Freemasonry. It's also a part of the unknown nouns. And similarly, as the first speaker, Peeter Tenjes, I just show you that we also have in Latvia such a nice chronology. What is interesting, the introduction or founding of Freemasonry was approximately 20 years earlier than in Tallinn, in Riga. And it was the old premier English lodge ritual, which was introduced in 1750. Then, 14 years later, the strict observance rite, led by the Drei Weltkugel, the Drei Globes Mother Lodge in Berlin, was introduced. Then the modification of the Swedish system, or Berlin Synodorf Rite, was introduced in 1977 in Latvia. And then the so-called co-masonry, the Egyptian rite by Count Cagliostro, was introduced in Mitau, which is Jelgava, the former capital of Kurland and Semigallia. And then the story is again similar to the story of Freemasonry in Estonia. 1780, the Russian English system, or Yelagin Rite, was introduced. And then after the Napoleonic Wars, after the years of prohibition, which was not entirely total, that there was a rebirth under Emperor Alexander I. And after 5 years, he prohibited or banned Freemasonry in the Baltic countries, and 2 years later also in Petersburg and Moscow. And the interesting fact, which is also part of the unknown nouns, is that the booming of the societies, including the peasant societies, were appearing at that time. And there is a quite direct causality with the closing of Mason societies, because many Masons just reorganized their meetings under umbrella of the so-called reading societies or clubs. For example, Musse Club, which organized the first town theater in Riga. And we are trying to get that building back and create the huge Freemason temple in the old city of Riga. So then something different from the Estonian Freemasonry was the reactivation of the so-called military lodges under the old Prussian lodges of Germany, first in Mitau or Jelgava, then in Libau or Liepaja, and finally in Riga. So 3 different lodges working on 2 different old Prussian rituals, including the Zinzendorf ritual. So that led to the different also history of Freemasonry in Latvia, because we had a quite booming Freemasonry in Riga and in Liepaja. Of course, the majority of members were Baltic Germans, which were quite many in those 2 towns at that time. Those 2 lodges were closed after the prohibition of Freemasonry in Germany, but not immediately. And there are interesting letters written by the worshipful master Jaksch to the Grand Masters in Sweden and in Denmark, just to change the obedience and to be under those 2 either one or other Grand Lodge in Scandinavia, but it didn't happen, unfortunately. Probably I will tell something more of that, those unknown nouns a bit later. And then reactivation started a bit later than in Estonia, 1993, but first not in Germany, but in France. And we then converted to the German system. I was the member of that lodge, which converted under the lodge in Bremen, Roland zu Alten Pflichten, in January 1996. So the rest of story is as follows. But before I turn to the next facts, I want to make this citation of probably the most famous Freemason, which was admitted to the Brotherhood in Riga, Johann Gottfried Herder, one of the German icons of enlightenment, I should say. I think it's quite fair to say so. And he published several books. You see also in Latvian, the books of Latvian folk songs, which was of special interest for him. But that is what I want to show you. He wrote, "My dream is to reform Livonia, the province of barbarity and luxury, ignorance and exclusive taste, freedom and slavery, and to propagate culture and liberty." And I think also after almost or more than 250 years, we have the same opinion about Latvia currently, more or less. And still the barbarity is there, and ignorance is there, and slavery is there. And therefore, we as a society still have our mission, which is not fulfilled yet, and I'm afraid will not be fulfilled never, but we will continue. So then the time after the end of the Soviet oppression, and the precondition to create the Grand Lodge of Latvia was that we established 3 acting lodges. That was a requirement also from our grandmother lodges, or United Grand Lodges of Germany at that time. And I participated in really countless meetings and discussions and telephone conversations. At that time it was much more difficult. We didn't have mobile phones and internet, but it went quite smooth. And I was rather surprised that also similar discussions were going on between Grand Lodge representatives of Grand Lodge of Finland and Estonians admitted into the Grand Lodge of Finland. And that is again a certain similarity in scenarios. But we did it. I used the Latvian and English version of the lodge names, the Sword Lodge and the North Star Lodge and the St. John's Fire Lodge. The difference is that we always were thinking that we are reviving the old lodges. We use the same years of establishment twice always, reactivated in, for example, in 1999 1993, but then slash 1924, when that lodge was created from the military lodge in Riga, the former military lodge. So that is a slight difference, I think. We can discuss it. So then the building of the additional degrees. There is a problem with numbers in the title, the years, but the Supreme Council for Latvia was created in 2007 by the Supreme Council for Germany, and it was later recognized by most other Supreme Councils. And then we created those lodges and chapters, and etc., till the 33rd degree in 2007. Parallelly, because the structure of the Grand Lodge of Latvia is reflecting the complicated structure, I should say, of the United Grand Lodges of Germany. So we have another ritual which was also developing parallelly, and under the leadership of Lübecker brethren in Freie Hansestadt Lübeck. So that Hanseatic feeling was, I think, something very important, not only in 18th century, but also in 20th century and 21st century. Well, then we had quite early creation of the English-speaking lodge, Apollo. It's year number 4, Apollo Lodge in Riga. Again, we used the same name as in 18th century, revived in 2007. And what is interesting, that is the only lodge which is working in the Canadian version of the English emulation rite. You may ask how the German United Lodges accepted that, but the secret or unknown is that actually United Grand Lodges of Germany contain also the British Canadian and American Grand Lodges, so working exactly at the same rituals. And then very important is the last. The Treaty of Friendship and Collaboration between the Große Landesloge, the Freimaurer von Deutschland, and the Grand Lodge of Latvia was signed in 2008 in the palace of Rundale. And that actually created the legal basis and the vision how the independent Freemasons order of Latvia should be created. And initially we agreed that additional degrees will work under the umbrella of the Grand Lodge of Latvia, which was quite original way how to do it, but it was really strictly in according to the international rules. But however, we argued also with Estonian President, with Antti, about how regular is it, but apparently and historically we should say it was the only and the right decision at that time. Well, now we have 12 lodges, including research lodge, Academia Petrina, which was established just last year in Riga. And probably you see some lodges are not anymore using the old names, so those lodges strictly are not revived but original. The Gauja Lodge in Sigulda and 3 Stars of Latvia in Riga. Yeah, that slide shows that there is no consequence how the newly created or revived lodges were choosing the rites or the rituals, sorry. And I will not go through that complicated, but arrows are just showing that the lodge is freely mixed. That was it because of ignorance, or was it just innovative? I think the last is the true fact, that they just used that ritual which was instrumental at that time. So this is the current situation with the additional degrees. As I told already about the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite, which is created in 2007, and just 2 years back we created a Freemasons Order of Latvia with St. Andrew's Lodge and chapter, and then the order master. And the Grand Lodge of Latvia, of course, is the fundament of the whole system, and the Grand Master is the vicarius, using the old terminology of Freemasonry. Although I should say that it's not easy, actually, because Freemasons are the is the unity of usually not only free but also strong men, and that arguing between strong men is quite unavoidable. And we were talking with Brother Rivo about that actually the clever way of the local Masonic politics is to give some feod, some unit to rule for each energetic and active and strong Freemason. And of course the leading force should be so that those politics should not be in the front and not be in the most important thing in the Freemasonry. And we achieved that during our maturation period. So that was the situation before the World War II. In Latvia, and that is the different picture from Estonia, where, as I know, no lodges worked regularly in Estonia at that time. We had the Hanseatic Fidelity, which was transformed, the military lodge, which was transformed to the St. John's Fire or Jaanjugons in Riga, then the lodge in Liepāja, then the lodge in Jelgava, which was not transformed into the civil lodge, unfortunately. And then we had an interesting fact that quite many Latvian Freemasons, Latvians, not German Latvians, they went to Stockholm to be admitted into the Nordiska Första Lodge. And their aim was to create the the fundament for the independent Grand Lodge of Latvia. But due to the World War II, it was not possible later on. So if we are digging deeper, then of course you see 1726 is that year number, and this is the gravestone of Nikolaus Braunschweig in Riga. Christus ist mein Leben, Sterben ist mein Gewinn, and Masonic signs, of course. But I deliberately are saying Masonic, not Freemasonic. Of course, but really, those people who entered Freemasonry in Riga at that time, they were not yet, fresh and ignorant. They were educated in such guilds, and the both guilds of Riga played a lot of influence, and many members of guilds actually were members of lodges as well. How much time do I have? Is it interesting? Yes, it is. Okay. So I'm addicted to the maps, especially the historical maps, and this is the map of Europe in 1740 during the 7 Years' War. And at that time, Freemasonry from the London was introduced to Rotterdam and then to Hamburg, and spread across the continent of Europe. And as I already mentioned, quite early it came to Latvia, to Riga, and at the same time also the lodge in zur Verschwiegenheit, to silence, was established in Petersburg. The question is who introduced the Freemasonry and why? And the fact, which is also unknown noun, is that the Premier Grand Lodge of London actually established the Provincial Grand Lodge in Germany and Russia, interestingly, in two areas on the same time, in 1731 already. So the introduction of all those lodges were under the same leadership of the Premier Grand Lodge in London, and working with the old English accepted and free Mason ritual. James Cate was the second provincial master, appointed for, I don't know, was he also for Germany, but anyway for the Russian Empire in 1740. The first was Captain Phillips, as I said, in 1731. And the question is who introduced the Freemasonry? And there is also one big mistake, that we are thinking that Freemasonry came somehow from Russia. At that time it was not true, simply because James Cate, although he was under he was the officer, I think field marshal in the Russian the army of Russian Empire, but he was based in Riga and later on in Tallinn. Actually, he was sitting here, not in Petersburg. So he introduced the Freemasonry officially in the Russian Empire, which stands in the chronology. So how our predecessors choose the names for lodges. That is also an interesting question. The lodge Zum Nordstern, to the North Star, Triga. Definitely, it is pointing to the Hanseatic League, and the North Star was the most important orienteer for the shipment for captains during the stormy crossing of the Baltic Sea, for example. And then the lodge Three Crowned Swords in Mitau or Jelgava is pointing to the, at that time, French trois épées couronnées was used, is pointing to the Teutonic or Livonian branch of Teutonic order, definitely. So two traditions, as I said already, the Hanseatic unity of merchants and the knighthood of Baltic noble families were the pattern on which the Freemasonry in 18th century was built up, definitely, in all Baltic provinces. So now you see the other pictures of other provincial grandmasters, but those two were not under the Premier Grand Lodge of London. They were independent. I think even they were not recognized officially as a provincial grandmasters, but they were ruling quite many lodges, and Baron von Hund, and he was a German, and Duke of Södermanland, of course, from Sweden, and you probably may guess what is his later name. It's King of Sweden, Charles the 13th. So he created actually the current Swedish system. The German Swedish system is older and not fully, according to the Swedish conservative views, regular. But don't say it to Germans. No. But what I'm repeating in some comic way, it's the discussions which are going on, so that you may imagine, even not being a member of Masonic society, what are the discussions going on and under streams which are influencing the development of Freemasonry. Now I'm close to the finish, not to finish, but to complete my presentation today, and it will be discussed later on. But this book is highly recommended. The book of Henning von Wistinghausen, Freimaurer und Aufklärung im Russischen Reich. And that is the short description, how discussions about creation of the lodge in Tallinn were going on. More interesting is why they chose the name ISIS 2 years later. And ISIS, of course, is originally the name of the goddess in old Egypt, the main goddess. Probably the Saint Mary somehow is also influenced by the Isis of Egyptian mythology. The lodge in Isis Lodge in Tallinn was created by Johann Gottlieb Reichel and Nikolai Trubetskoy. And it was created officially from Petersburg, and Trubetskoy was the worshipful master of the Harpocrates Lodge in Petersburg. So then the question is why they gave the name of the mother, because Harpocrates is Horus, or child of Isis. So my interpretation is that the creators thought that actually the origin of Freemasonry in the Russian Empire was in the Baltics, not in Petersburg. And those are the members. I think you will discuss the names of the founding members of the Isis Lodge later on. Then revived Lodge Isis after or during the Napoleonic Wars and afterwards. I found two interesting members. Von Riesenkampf, who was the court counselor and head of the customs office in Tallinn, and he was the worshipful master at that time. And von Ungern-Sternberg, and that family, the family of Ungern-Sternberg, were also very active in Latvia, creating and leading of Masonic lodges. And then, last but not least, is von Gregor von Berg, and he was the deputy worshipful master in 1815, and he was also the commandant of Revel. As you see, that society was really attracted, that lodge was attracted by the most important people in Tallinn at that time, or Revel. So then that was remember, Antti, you called me 6 years, not 6 years, but 6 months ago, and you asked me, tell us about the creation of the lodge in Tartu. And the lodge in Tartu was not Ugandi at that time, but Pollux. And after those local political events which turned from one system to another, they changed the name to Morgenstern in 1785. So that lodge definitely was created not from Petersburg, but from Riga, and simply because Tartu or Dorpat was a part of Livonian province, or Livonian dukedom of Livonia, which was still used at that time. And those are the founding members of both lodges. And you see the same pattern, that the most influential people were somehow attracted to the lodge in Dorpat or Tartu at that time. The worshipful master of Morgenstern was von Munich, Johann Gottlieb von Munich, who was the president of the Oberkonsistorium of Livonia, the Lutheran Church. Baron von Rosen was a senior warden, and he was a district judge of Tartu or Dorpat. Lawrence Ferdinand Evers was the junior warden, and he was a magister of theology. And later on, he was not, at that time, he was the rector of the town school of Tartu, and later on, he was the professor of theology and I think prorector of the University of Tartu. So the Tartu University also had professors, members of the lodge Morgenstern. The titular counselor, Oberpropst, then Oberpastor of Tartu, Lenz. And then those were the founding members from Riga. Manteuffel Zöge was from Apollo Riga and Castor of Riga. So the Castor Lodge was created almost at the same time as Pollux Lodge, but in Riga. And this is the romantic depiction, sculptures of Castor and Pollux, two twin lodges, I should say. And I wish that also the Latvian and Estonian Freemasonry could be depicted in that way as a twin Freemasonry globally speaking. So then some maps. Yeah, that the competition between the Zinzendorf system or the German-Swedish system and the Russian-English system under the provincial Grandmaster Yelagin. The nice picture of enlightened personality in the court of Empress Catherine II, and he was very much influential on his or on her opinion about Freemasonry, which was positive. And then Cagliostro, a famous Italian adventurer, and not probably such a clear figure which we should be very much proud of, but actually there are many unknowns about him also, about his personality and his development and his adventures in different courts. But it's not the topic of today. And definitely there was a problem of supremacy, because I already said that the strict observance system was not recognized formally by the Premier Grand Lodge of London. And then the fact was that the English provincial lodge in the Russian Empire created parallel system of 3 lodges. One lodge was even outside of Russian Empire, in Kurland, in Libau or Liepaja, this lodge. And then Austria and to the small world, and constantly into the crowned lion in Riga. Then I already said about the transformation of lodges to the reading society or clubs, English clubs. The Bürgerliche Klubbe in Tallinn, and the Musse Gesellschaft in Riga, then the Bürgermusse in Tartu, and then again, the same name for the society, this reading society or club society in Pärnu. And the most interesting for me, and I think also quite unknown noun, is that Euphonia, the singing society, because the singing in Masonic societies at that time was something extremely important. Not only the speeches, nice speeches, but the collective singing. And that was one of the sparkles which actually, I think, indignated the movement of also of Estonian and Latvian the singing tradition, which was also in perfect harmony with the peasant singing traditions, and it creating such a great movement, which is inseparable part of our own identity, as Paul now perfectly So some pictures of the books printed in Riga, and I'm showing this because of this coat of arms, which became a coat of arms of the Grand Lodge of Latvia, the ancient coat of arms of the lodge zum Schwert in Riga. I should finish, but the last 3 slides is about the contemporary at that time historians. And probably you know Ernest Friedrichs, who wrote really good books about the history of Freemasonry in German. This is my translation in English. And he speaks here about the reasons why those lodges changed periodically from one system to another and then back. And quite interesting is this: belonging originally to a German country. They're speaking about Livonia, he's speaking about Livonia. They believed that their principal duty was to render German civilization to what had previously been German territory. And it's not written in 1930s, it's written in the 19th century, early 19th century. And then he also is writing this fragment about the arguing of different brethren in Riga, and why the simple question was, why can we not work in additional degrees if we are going to another system, why we are losing those additional degrees? And that was a very important question, why they changed the rituals at that time. So, this is my last slide finally, and I want to really say that there are more similarities than differences. Some differences are in revival of Freemasonry in our 2 countries, but we are on the same line of understanding what is our duty and what is our heritage, and we have a very rich heritage of Freemasonry. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. But any questions, any remarks? Well, while they are thinking, I would like to add that it reminds me that almost a year ago we had, after the opening of this exhibition, we had a recital, song evening, when Maitrink was singing Masonic songs from Riga, historically, and it was very had very warm reflections, and he told between every song the story of the song, about what it was, and it was really a really nice evening for everybody for everyone who could join. If I may add, what Valdis told about this great work of Henning von Fistinghausen, who we know as he has German roots and Baltic roots, Estonian, Latvian roots, and worked as diplomat for long years as ambassador in Tallinn. I warmly recommend, if you have chance to read it and to see it, and especially the 3rd volume. There are more than over 400 names with biographical data who has had influence in society in these countries. It's about the first 50 years of Freemasonry. And one more, I think we were talking about the ISIS and about the Tartu or Dorpat University. It's good to know that all members of the refounding board of Tartu Dorpat University were the members of ISIS Lodge. So because it has really had great influence to society, and the same happened in Estonia too. There are a lot of societies after 1822 when the emperor finally got panic and closed everything. 1823, there was founded a society, Fraternitas Revalensis, and I think 2 years later, the first public. They established the first public library in Tallinn, and a little bit later other societies and writers' societies, and of course, not talking, we are coming close to the singing tradition, and for us, of course, in Estonia was very important to Zinzendorf, because he was pushing the translation of the Bible in Estonia, new edition, 1739. So, but this is some issues for the next conference, I think. Sorry. Thank you very much. And if is there any questions? No. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. I think we all are hungry and thirsty as well. So it's the highest time to make a break. And please, I think soup is ready for us, and coffee, tea, and water. And we have time for communication. And I will ask you to return. If we want to start sharp 1:30, please be here 5 minutes before 1:25. Thank you very much, and see you soon. Good afternoon. Good to see you again. How was the soup? Very excellent. Perfect. Everybody is in good mood. But not only by the soup, we have very good subjects to discuss, and not to discuss, but listen. And we go on with our afternoon session, and we have 3 presentations ahead. And firstly, we start from Sweden. Anders Strömberg, please, floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear audience, the aim of this speech is to give you comprehensive information about early Freemasonry in Sweden till 1940s, the new unique Swedish Rite, Swedish Freemasonry in context with the Nordic countries and the countries around the Baltic Sea. I will in 45 minutes tell you about a history about 250 years. Introduction of Freemasonry in Sweden, we call it the French period. At the beginning of 1800th century, it was common that Swedish members of the nobility studied in France, and there were also a certain number of Swedish officers who served in the French regiments, especially in Le Royal Suédois or the Swedish Royal Regiment. During their stay in France, some of them were introduced to the French Freemasonry. In 1931, a Lieutenant Axel Vredesparre was introduced to Masonry, and at his return, 1934, he took a leading active part in the creation of the Lodge in Stockholm. The Lodge was established in 1735 and named Count Vredesparre's Lodge. The Lodge was so-called private lodge or a studio lodge. Then we do not know if Vredesparre ever got a warrant to start lodges from France, but we can presume that the lodge used French rituals. The first initiated person was Vredesparre's brother-in-law on the March of 1735. This date marked the birthday of Swedish Freemasonry. During the following years, a quite large number of brethren were initiated. In November 1737, Baron Schäffer received an official warrant that permitted him to constitute lodges in the Kingdom of Sweden and initiate candidates in the first 3 degrees by the French Grand Master of the French-Scottish Freemasonry, Charles Radcliffe, Earl of Darwin Water. The Swedish lodges should be subordinated to the French Grand Master until the Swedish brethren has designated their own Grand Master. Scheffer received together with the warrant general Masonic rules, etc. The Masonic activities declined during the Swedish-Russian War 1741-43. After the peace treaty, the Freemasonry got a new start, among other things, due to the Scottish General James Keith's arrival to Sweden after his period of service in the Russian army came to an end. His Masonic background was that he had received a warrant to act as the provincial Grand Master of Russia from the Grand Master in Scotland and later Grand Master in England, his brother John Keith. Already in 1743, James Keith established a St. John's Lodge called the General Keith Lodge in Stockholm. The Masonic work seems to end already 1744 when Keith left the country. The Swedish Freemasonry flourished during the 1750s, and the Freemasonry reached stability and began to find its own structure. During the 50s, the lodges became open to members of other social classes as lawyers, medical doctors, civil servants, and merchants, etc. In 1752, a man called Earl Posse established a lodge Saint-Jean Auxiliaire with a warrant from the French Grand Master Earl Clermont Tonnerre. Saint-Jean Auxiliaire is called to be the mother lodge of the Swedish Freemasonry. The rituals of the lodge had 7 degrees, 3 in the St. John's degrees, 3 in St. Andrew's degrees, and 1 higher degree. The French Clermont Rite, with 7 degrees, had a strong influence on the development of the Masonic rituals in Sweden. In 1753, Baron Scheffer was elected the first Grand Master of Sweden. This set out from the warrant that he had received in 1737. He stayed in that office until 1774. A conclusion of all the existent warrants is that there was a competition between the different persons that brought home the warrants, which led to internal disputes between the brethren. Then there came a man called Eklef, the forerunner of the Swedish Rite. The Karl Eklef system has influenced the development of the Freemasonry in several countries in the northern hemisphere of Europe during the 1800th century. It means that Eklef had an important part in the creation of the future of Swedish Rite. Eklef had received documents concerning the degrees of St. Andrews from Strasbourg. In 1756, Eklef introduced St. Andrew's degrees together with 2 chapter degrees when he established the Scottish Lodge Landlodge in Stockholm. He also received sometimes before 1759 the so-called Eklef's documents concerning degrees of the chapter from an unknown chapter in Geneva. At this moment, Sweden got 9 degrees. The highest degree is designed for office bearers only. The next step in creation of the Swedish Freemasonry was to take in 1759 when Eklef established a grand chapter in Stockholm with himself as the master of the lodge. In 1760, the Grand Lodge of Sweden was consecrated as the head of all Swedish lodges with Scheffer as a Grand Master. The Swedish-English conflict. Sweden had received all its warrants and rituals and general regulations from the French Grand Master, who were Jacobites, which means supporters of the royal house of Stuart. The English Grand Lodge in London and Westminster was under protection of the House of Hanover. The result of this was that the English Grand Lodge meant that the French Grand Lodge and all lodges which had received warrants from France were irregular lodges. In 1765, the English diplomat Talman in Denmark got the commission to create a provincial Grand Lodge in Sweden under control of England from the English Grand Master Lord Blaney. The conflict was a fact, and it created a deep disruption within the Freemasonry in Sweden. The conflict existed during 15 years. In 1770, Scheffer contacted the English Grand Lodge. Through skillful negotiation, he managed to persuade the English Grand Lodge to recognize the Swedish Freemasonry. In 1770, the Grand Lodge of England delivered a warrant for the existing 13 Swedish St. John lodges, and with this they became regular lodges and a part of the Swedish Grand Lodge. However, the St. Andrews Lodge and the chapter was not recognized due to that the English Grand Lodge only recognized the craft degrees. Talman had to resign from his office as provincial Grand Master, and the established English Talman's lodges either merged with existing Swedish lodges or was liquidated. The Swedish Grand Lodge became one of the first to be recognized by the Grand Lodge of England. Swedish Freemasonry, Finland, 1756 to 1809. Justification for an early establishment of a Finnish lodge can be found in the travel condition of these days. The trip by ship from Turku to Stockholm was slow and difficult, if possible. Finnish men who had taken the oath of Freemasonry were therefore hardly eager to make the trip to Stockholm for lodge meetings. Finland's first lodge, St. John's Lodge St. Augustine, was established at the meeting in Swedish Mother Lodge St. Jean Auxiliaire in Stockholm on the church holiday honoring St. John the Baptist in 56. St. John's Lodge St. Augustine received the official name in 1759. In the beginning, the lodge held meetings in Stockholm and Turku. For the first 6 years, the cavalry captain John Jennings served as a worshipful master of the lodge. He was a member of the Mother Lodge and assigned to the post. The Finnish Lodge seems to be subordinated to the Mother Lodge while it initiated Finnish brethren. The activities were delayed due to the Pomorian War 56 to 1763. In 1762, the lodge held its first meeting in Helsinki. At this meeting, the lodge got its motto, Suomen ilo, or meaning Finland's joy. During the era of Swedish rule, official documents and minutes of the St. Andrews Lodge cite 460 members, of which 60% were officers connected to the construction work of the fortress we avoid today, Suomenlinna. About 50% of the members were born in Finland, mostly Swedish-speaking, and the other members originated from Sweden, Sweden's Pomerania, and Russia. In 1777, Duke Charles, later King Charles XIII, established a St. Andrews Lodge called the Phoenix Lodge. The lodge was authorized to confer the double degrees 4th, 5th, and the 6th degree. The establishment of the Finnish chapter was declared 1778, and with that became possible to receive the higher degrees in Finland. Finland was lost 1809, after the war between Sweden and Russia. On the 28th of January 1809, the day of Charles, in the northern border town of Tornio, last Masonic gathering in Finland took place that we have minutes from. Masonic activities in Finland were later banned by the emperors of Russia 3 times, 1822, 26, and 48. Duke Charles, in 1774, Duke Charles of Sudermania was elected Grand Master of the Swedish Order of Freemasons and the Grand Master of the Grand Lodge. Duke Charles started immediately to reorganize the Grand Chapter and formed a Grand Council within the Grand Lodge and changed the name to the National Grand Lodge. The greatest single change in Swedish Freemasonry occurred in the year 1780, when Sweden was declared the 9th independent Freemasons province, which encompassed the areas around Sweden, as well as Russia's lodges, which were using the Eklef system. The background to this was that the Duke's involvement in the strict observance. Note that the Swedish Order of Freemasons used the definition 9th province until 1937. The strict observance. During the 1740s, some kind of Masonic higher degrees blossomed out. It was a mixture between knightly romance and chivalric virtues, the connection to dissolved and pursued Templars, but also different ceremonies, coat of arms, knight's name, etc. In Germany, it was foremost Der Hohe Order der Ritter des Tempels zu Jerusalem, order the strict observance. During 1760s, the strict observance were predominant and attracted a large number of followers. Karl von Hund was the creator of the movement's 7th province, which included the northern part of Germany between rivers Elbe and Oder, Denmark, Sweden, and northern Germany. The strict observance was subordinated to the Grand Master, who was supposed to be unknown to all, except a few privileged knights. Some people meant that could be Charles Edward Stuart, pretender to the English and Scottish throne. The strict observance activities in Swedish Pomerania in northern Germany intruded on Swedish Masonic activities in Greifeld, Wismar, and Stralsund. The physician Johann Wilhelm von Sinnendorf contacted Carl Friedrich Eklef for information about the Eklef's rituals. Eklef sold the rituals twice to Sinnendorf because he needed money. And finally, in 1765, he received the Constitution patent and was entitled to 4 new lodges in Germany corresponding with these rituals. Von Sinnendorf left strict observance in 1766 and created the first lodge, Minerva, in Potsdam, as a start of the National Grand Lodge of Germany. In 1774, it seems that the strict observance saw a possibility to merge with the Swedish Freemasonry. King Gustav III and Duke Charles were introduced to the strict observance. When Hund died in 1776, Duke Charles was nominated to be von Hund's successor and later elected. However, it was an organization in disintegration. The 7th and 8th provinces in Germany were more or less on the verge of a breakdown. To connect the Swedish Freemasonry to such a fragile organization must seem to be less convenient, especially when Duke Charles tried to establish a Masonic cooperation with Russia. He had a better solution. It was to create and formally revive a province by his own. He included Sweden, Finland, and the Russian Empire, and even Middle East, but excluding Courland, that belonged to the 7th province. In 1780, Duke Charles declared himself Grand Master of the 9th province. Later this year, he was consecrated in his office in a convent in Stockholm, and the 9th province had Stockholm as its headquarters. Duke Charles abdicated from his leading position for the 7th province, and after internal problems and occurred concerning his leadership in strict observance. Sweden's Freemasonry in Russia. The first Masonic lodge in Russia was founded by power of attorney from the Grand Master of the modern Grand Lodge in England. In St. Petersburg, 1771, with Lieutenant General Ivan Yelagin as provincial Grand Master for the Russian Empire. The Eklef system entered Russia not directly from Sweden, but from Berlin. Von Sinnendorf, as Grand Master of the National Grand Lodge of Germany, had given the Eklef's rituals text and other necessary documents for founding Masonic lodges to Major General von Reichel. The Apollo Lodge, working according to the Eklef system, was the first that founded by von Reichel in 1772. When Baron George von Rosenberg was elected master of the Apollo Lodge, he began a close working relation with the Grand Lodge of Sweden. Von Rosenberg's younger brother became military attaché in Stockholm and got the opportunities to attend at lodge meetings in Stockholm. When he returned to Russia at the end of 1775, he delivered a note to Yelagin. The note gave the option of a cooperation between the lodges belonging to the Provincial Lodge of Russia and the lodges working according to the Eklef system there and the Swedish Freemasonry. In In the same year, Prince Kuragin, a leading Russian Mason, traveled to Stockholm to present a plan for the use of the Eccles system in all Russia. During his stay in Stockholm, Prince Kuragin was appointed master for the chapter he would establish in St. Petersburg on his return by Duke Charles. At this return, he founded the first chapter and also tried to transfer the provincial Grand Lodge to the Swedish type of National Grand Lodge, but he met an unexpected opposition, and due to this, he resigned. Later, a group of prominent Russians, among them Prince Gagarin, met to discuss how they should proceed. They came to the conclusion that it was appropriate to send Baron George von Rosenberg to Stockholm and discuss with the leaders of the Swedish Masonry how they together could develop the cooperation. In April 1778, they signed an agreement that a chapter named Phoenix should be found as soon as possible in St. Petersburg. The warrant was signed by Duke Charles as the Grand Master of the 9th Freemason province. Baron von Rosenberg returned and handed over the documents to the leaders of the Russian Freemasons. At this moment, everything seemed to be in order, but conflicts arose about different Masonic matters. Empress Catherine the Great saw a threat in the development of the Swedish-Russian Masonic project, in particular when the Swedish King Gustav III, on his official visit to St. Petersburg, had visited Masonic meetings. She disliked the Swedish influence on the Russian Masonry. This decreased the confidence of the mutual Masonic coordination between the countries that had been created. Duke Charles ordered Baron von Rosenberg to hand over to the Swedish ambassador in Petersburg all the documents he had received earlier concerning the Eccles system. At the same time, the situation continued to deteriorate, and in 1788, a 2-year war started between the countries. This was the end of Duke Charles' dream of a Masonic cooperation between the two countries, which was the cornerstone of the 9th Freemason province. The Christian Swedish Rite is finally created. When Duke Charles had succeeded Schäfer as head of the Swedish Freemasonry, he found out the disadvantages with a system that had 3 separate parts standing by themselves. The Duke meant that the higher degrees and the first 3 degrees had to be integrated into a coherent system of the joint Grand Master. When all degrees were put together to an integrated system from the first to 3 degrees to the highest, it became the Swedish Rite. Due to this, it was necessary to modify the first 3 degrees in order to adjust the ideological content to be identical with the tidings in the higher degrees. The first part of this work started during the Swedish Masonic Convent in 1780. A commission was established in order to revise the statutes, the rituals, the ceremonies, etc., from the first degree to the last. The Duke was active in the work, and most of the drafts are written by himself. The work set out from the ritual work that Eccles created 20 years earlier. Influences from both English Freemasonry and the strict observance were woven together. However, this was only the first step to create the links between the 3 different parts. At the convent 1787, the discussions mostly concerned questions about the organization structure, the membership, financial situation for the National Grand Lodge, etc. It was also necessary to clarify the Masonic Christian basis and link together the message through all degrees. The Duke discussed these matters with the nearest Freemasons' confidence, especially Captain Jacob Wilhelm Tonerian, was responsible for a large part of the innovative development work of the existing Masonic system. Duke Charles was also wished to emphasize the Swedish Rite's independence from the other Freemasonry bodies in Europe. This independence we still stress. In 1798, Duke Charles and his wife set out on 1.5 years journey in Europe. During this journey, he collected material to his modification of the rituals from different Masonic systems. He sent drafts of the rituals to Tonnerien, who had to scrutinize the drafts and revise parts of it. Tonnerien influenced the main part of all degrees of the Swedish Rite, but the most characteristic of his work was the content of the apprentice degree. We have to understand why you have to confess to a Christian faith to be a member in the Swedish Rite. At that time, Sweden had a state national church, and that the Duke had a deep Christian faith, and he meant that one of the main pillars is God's work in atonement through Jesus Christ. Even if the work was finished earlier, the year 1800 counts as a starting point of the Swedish Rite, when the first 3 degrees was printed and gradually delivered to the lodges. The ritual for St. Andrew's Lodge was published 1801, but the chapter of the rituals were still in handwriting for some years. That's why we called it the 1800 and 1801 rituals. How was the situation in Sweden with lodge system during these years? This is a summary between 1735 to 1800. It was about 60 lodges, including regular and irregular lodges, St. Andrew's lodges, chapters, the Grand Lodge. We have lodges in Pomerania, Stralsund, Wismar, Greifswald. We had a lodge in Canton, and we had a lodge in St. Bartholomew in the Caribbean. And it was for a very short time, you can see, but anyway, we had the Caribbean island till 1884, when they sold it back to France. This paragraph in our laws from the 1801 is still valid today and tells us, I quote, "The Swedish Order of Freemason has its origin in a guild and an association which is founded for the glory of God." Duke Charles' rituals and the fundamental laws constitute the foundation of the Swedish Rite. The ritual and the fundamental laws are still valid, and there are only a few ritual modifications done during the years. Under leadership, the Swedish Rite development into a modern form of logical, continuous system of Christian Freemasonry, where the candidate is slowly guided through the Old and New Testament. The Swedish Rite is progressive, continuous, and homogeneous through all its 11 degrees. Each degree with its moral philosophy leads to the next degree, and each sums up the contents of the preceding degrees. During candidate's travel through the degrees, he is supposed to grow in his own understanding of the basic principle of Christianity that should bring him value to his life and develop his relation to his fellow creatures. In this way, he is also supposed to grow in his understanding of his belief in God. Likewise, he is guided closer to the answers of the eternal questions: where have I come from? What is my task in life? And where am I heading to? To ensure that each degree is kept separate and distinct, different temples, lodge rooms are used, each specially designed for the degrees. The Rite consists of 3 craft degrees called St. John's Lodges, the following three degrees, 4th and 5th, and the 6th degree. Created St. Andrew's Lodge, which is a part of the craft Freemasonry. The chapter consists of 4 additional degrees, which can be understood only by applying interpreting of the Bible. Early in the 19th century, it consisted of 9 degrees, but later during the same centuries, smaller reorganization redistribution of the Rite was made, and the system came to consist of 10 degrees. Members of the commoners could for long period not advance beyond the 9th degree. Beyond the 10 degrees of the Swedish Rite, there is a supreme degree, that the Knight Commander of the Red Cross. It is exclusive for officers in the Grand Lodge and the Provincial Grand Masters. The way of working is also unique. the worshipful master has to read out loud from the rituals when he's working the lodge. This depends on that every candidate shall receive exactly the same ritual experience and content. The most important is that the worship master understands the deeper meaning of the rituals and can manage to handle the elderly Swedish language and transmit the content to the candidate. Procession from one degree to the next is far from automatical. A brother has not only to be regular in attendance, he also has to give proof of proficiency and his knowledge of Freemasonry. A brother will typically reach the 10 degrees after about 15 to 20 years' time. See if the right way, yeah. Summary of Swedish Rite. The Swedish Rite is based on Christian faith. The more text here than is there. A person that would like to be a member has to pledge himself that he is confessed to Christian faith by written paper. A brother is a member of the same order from the 1st to the 11th degree. Individual examination each degree before you can enter a higher degree. Individual inauguration in all degrees. There are altogether 8 different lodge rooms, and for 2 degrees you have to transform some lodge rooms. All temple or lodge rooms interior have to follow the description in the statutes, and no ritual meetings can take place outside the temple house. Each lodge and chapter are under the rule of the sovereign Grand Master only. The sovereign Grand Master had total sovereign power. The council is only advisory, which means there is no decision taken by voting or consensus in the council. The sovereign Grand Master takes the decision after the council's meeting, after he has evaluated the discussion of the council. Members that belong to the clergy are necessary for the order to perform parts of the chapter rituals. The Freemasonry in Sweden has been related to the royal family from 1753 till 1997 as Grand Master, and today the King is the patron of the Swedish Order of Freemasons. Now we go to Norway. When the first lodge in Norway was founded in 1749, Norway was a part of Denmark. When Sweden joined the war and attacked Denmark, the Danish king was forced to transfer Norway to Sweden after the peace in Kiel. In 1814, Sweden occupied Norway and a personal union was created. The only active lodge in Norway, St. Olaus, to the White Leopard, decided to submit to the Natural Grand Lodge of Sweden and the Swedish Rite. The first St. Andrew's Lodge in Norway was established 1841. The Norwegian Freemasonry became independent from Sweden 1891, and the National Grand Lodge of Norway was founded. During the occupation 1940 and 45, all Masonic activities were forbidden, and a lot of property of the Grand Lodge was confiscated and destroyed. Most of the archives in Oslo were transported to Berlin and after that to Moscow, and some of it is still there. Denmark. The first record of a Masonic lodge is the foundation of St. Martin's Lodge in 1743. In the beginning, it was a lodge without a name, but was named 1745 to St. Martin. A warrant from 1749 was received from England, and the Danish lodges became the provincial lodge of Denmark and Norway to the Grand Lodge of England. During a long time, the Freemasonry in Denmark was more characteristic. Sorry, I dropped it. More characteristic by initiative than stability. For years, Masonic systems and lodges came and went. During King Frederick VII's reign, the Danish lodges decided to change to Swedish Rite. The approval for the new system was provided in 1852. The Danish Freemasonry in its present state was founded in 1855, and the National Grand Lodge of England was established by King Frederick VII, who became its first Grand Master. With some short spells, the Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of Denmark has been members of the royal family. From 1949, the leadership shifted to a highly respected and distinguished members of the order. Technique. Sorry. You can swallow all this. During the Second World War, till 1943, there were no direct obstacle for Freemasonry in Denmark. But in September 1943, the Freemasons' Hall in Copenhagen was seized or occupied by the Germans. Even if Freemasonry was not forbidden, the Danish lodges chose to close down and go underground. Compared with Norway, all archives were saved from the Germans. In Copenhagen, during the occupation of the Freemasons' Hall, all archives were secured in the same house, 2 floors beneath the ground floor, with the entrance blocked up with bricks. So, reinstalling in Finland. The Masonic activity started again in the beginning 1920s. There was an intention to introduce the Swedish Rite as the only Freemasonry in Finland, but an intensive discussion, the idea was dropped and 2 different systems arose in Finland. St. John's Lodge, St. Augustine, restarted in Helsinki after a break of 110 years in April 1923. It continued in the same tradition with Swedish language, proceeding with Swedish rituals. The old motto, Finland's joy, was changed to, with the light towards God on high. The target group was Swedish-speaking men in Finland. The St. Andrew's Lodge, Phoenix, started in 1934. At the suspension in February 1941 of Masonic activities within the Finnish jurisdiction, the Swedish lodges also closed down. At this time, there were altogether 6 units in Finland, 2 lodges in Helsinki, 1 in Turku, 1 in Viipuri, 1 instruction lodge in Turku, and 1 in Vasa. The 1900th century in Sweden. During the 1900th century, Freemasonry in Sweden had a considerable growth. 16 St. John lodges and 9 St. Andrew's lodges were founded. In the end of the 17th century and in the beginning of the 1800th century, 6 of the today 8 chapters were established. Instruction lodges or brother societies were another unique feature that appeared during the 19th century. They were established in towns and other population centers, where it was difficult to establish a fully fledged lodge. The instruction lodges could not initiate new members, but have and still have an important role in the work of giving the brethren knowledge about the Masonry. It also keeps the members who live far away from the lodge active. The development during the 19th century was due to the king's interest and the strong leadership, but also the industrialization of the society. Especially it was 2 kings who influenced the Freemasonry during the 19th century. King Charles V took an active part in the lodge work in Stockholm, and he had a large international and national network. That resulted in a large number of new members who were connected to the new bourgeoisie. The next king, Oscar II, was an intellectual Mason. He had deep knowledge about the rituals, deeper meaning, and he had a deep Christian faith. His speeches and texts were brilliant, and at the same time had a deep esoteric standard. He starts to modernize the language in the rituals and to adjust some matters of discrimination concerning membership and its possibilities to receive all degrees. The question about to accept non-Christian in St. John's lodges was put aside by the king with the words, I quote, "No step of action at this moment." During Gustav V, the Swedish Freemasonry continued the positive development, and the number of members were growing. But the most important event occurred in 1935, when King Gustav V confronted antagonists of the Freemasonry with his personal power. He issued a proclamation to the public telling them that the Swedish Order of Freemasons is an independent national association based on the Christian faith, and that Christian only could be initiated in the order. Furthermore, the order expects its members to be loyal citizens. The order does not try to influence the political opinions of its members. The order does not comment its own and other countries' internal and external politics. It does not have relations with association, which is not paying tribute to the same fundamental principles. The Swedish Order of Freemasons is totally independent and will remain like this in the future. Compared with the most countries in Europe during the Second World War, all Masonic activities continued as usual in Sweden. Swedish Masonry in the Baltic states. During my research in the archives of the Order of Freemasons in Stockholm, I was surprised that there were few documents about our connection with the Baltic states. When the Masonry came to Sweden, the country had already, 1721, lost its provinces south of the Finnish Gulf. This means that the Masonic light came either from Grand Lodge in Petersburg or from Germany. The only documents from Estonia are extracts from minutes of the Lodge of Isis in Reval for the years 1771 to 1813. The extracts of the minutes are typewritten copies in 1931-32 from the originals of the state's archives in Riga. There are no documents from Lithuania. An explanation to this could be that Freemasonry was established by the Grand Lodge of Freemasons in Germany or other 16 Masonic bodies in Germany. On the other hand, we have some documents about Latvia. Some of them are typewritten copies from Riga and Mitau. All are copied during the 1930s. There are also speeches held by the Secretary Brother Alfred Kronberg at the 5 years jubilee 1929 and is written in German language. This speech was translated to Swedish and published 1931 in our periodical. In the following number of the periodical from 1931, there is an article about Freemasonry in Latvia, respectively the counties Kurland, Livonia, Mitau, and Riga by the Latvian minister Dr. Alfred Bielman. The text tells us that there were 2 lodges in Mitau, the capital of Kurland. The text tells us that there were 2 patents for 2 worshipful masters in French. One of the documents should even have been signed by the Italian, I call him Swindler, Gagliostro, who stayed for a while at the court in Mitau. In the archives of Riga, there were warrants, registers, and notes that tell us that there were 5 lodges in Riga during the period 1708 and 1781. Among them, Zum Schwert, connected with the Denmark, Braunschweig, was the oldest one. Apollon Casto, connected to the Grand Lodge of Freemasons in Berlin. The Swedish Lodge zu Kleinenwelt, and Asteria, connected with England. The year of the establishment of the Lodge zu Kleinenwelt is unknown. It seems as it also consisted of St. Andrew's Lodge due to that a patent for a knight of the St. Andrew's Lodge from zu Kleinenwelt. Dr. Bielman also tells us about that the lodge still worked during the time it was forbidden in Russia. He also mentioned a songbook which belonged to the zu Kleinenwelt. The book was stored in the town archives in Riga. The lodge changed its name during the ban, as we've seen earlier today, to the song associated euphony. The association still existed in the 20th century. We also know that the chapter in Mitau, which came to an end 1796 was administered by the Swedish chapter. In 1785, Freemasons from Courland visited Stockholm and wished to nominate Duke Charles to Duke of Courland, this in context with a strict observance. There are also some private correspondence from 1930-35 between the Swedish Chancellor and the Swedish Brethren in Latvia. The correspondence dealt with planning of a visit to Sweden by Latvian brethren, but also a request that the Lodge Johannes Foy's affiliation to the Swedish Order of Freemasons after contact with Germany had ceased. There were also discussions about that Latvian persons should be inaugurated into Freemasonry in Sweden. We also know that there were a number of Swedish brethren that went to Sweden and received their next degrees. There were also a small library with Swedish Masonic literature to support the Swedish brethren in Riga. So that was also a fourth aim of this meeting or speech. And this was still confused, but on a higher level. So probably got a lot of information, but it's a lot of complicated things. Thank you.
Thank you, Anders, for this very interesting presentation and rich of information.
Too much.
No, never too much. Any questions, remarks? No, at the moment, not at the moment. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I have actually to add. When I missed with turning up my screen, can I tell you that the Freemasonry in Iceland come from Denmark and was then started, I think, for 100 years ago? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, well, next presentation is about the Freemasonry in Germany. And I'm happy to pass the floor over to Edgar Müller, the Grand Landlodge of Germany and Order of Freemason. Please, floor is yours.
Yes, it's very nice that I can speak to you today, and we have a lot heard from the Estonian lodges, Baltic lodges, Swedish lodges, and so on. And I will tell you in the short time, but I can speak of over 2 days from the German lodges. There are 3 parts. The first part is early development of Freemasonry in Germany, and then it's Zinzendorf Rite, and the last short overview about the Zinzendorf lodges here in Estonia. Please let me start. You see the first picture, the first slide. The formal beginning of Freemasonry in Germany can be set for the year 1727 with the establishment of the lodge in Mannheim. The founder was Count Albrecht Wolfgang zu Schaumburg-Lippe, who was a friend of Desaguliers, the deputy Grand Master of the First Grand Lodge of England. The first German lodge was banned in 1737, probably in connection with the papal ban bull. Ultimately, Freemasonry gained a lasting foothold in Germany in 1737, and the Lodge d'Hambourg still exists today under its new name, Absalom zu den 3 Nesseln. The name is Absalom to the 3 Nettles. It is thus the oldest lodge in Germany. You see the picture, right side, Baron von Oberg, the first master of the lodge, is the same who accepted the later King Frederick II the Great in Braunschweig. A delegation from this lodge, later King Frederick the Great, as a Freemason, on the night of August the 13th to 15th, 1738. According to his membership number, he was the 31st Freemason in Germany. Frederick the Great later had lodge work himself, directed recordings, and took over the protectorate over the lodges in his provinces. He promoted Freemasonry all his life and always remained connected to it. As a result, it spread rapidly in Germany, which is why the so-called Old Prussian Grand Lodges, in particular, were able to acquire great importance. These are the following. You see the Grand Lodge of the Freemasons of Germany, the right one, the Grand National Mother Lodge through the three globes, left side, and the Grand Lodge Royal York of Friendship. Freemasonry came to Berlin with Frederick the Great. In his first meeting, he initiated his brother Wilhelm and later also his brother-in-law Markgrave Friedrich von Brandenburg-Bayreuth. Frederick had a lasting influence on the development of Freemasonry in Prussia, above all through his letter of protection of July, 16th of July, 1774, with which he guaranteed the Grand Landlodge of the Freemasons of Germany his royal protection. The following quote from him shows how much Freemasonry was close to his heart and what potential he saw in it, which went far beyond the sole development of the individual personality. He said, "A society that only works to produce in my countries all virtues in a fruitful way can always count on my protection. This is a laudable task for any good ruler, and I will never cease to do it." Different systems developed over the course of time. In the 18th century, numerous lodges were founded. There was a veritable Masonic euphoria, and there were no limits to imagination in distincting the rituals. Above all, this applied to the already mentioned high grades. At this time, in addition to the medieval enthusiasm for knights, there was also an euphoria for Egypt that flowed into its strange figures cavorted among them. The mystic Cagliostro, we heard from him, would be a prominent example here. He was certainly no stranger to Russian lodges either. It is understandable that they wanted to put an end to these excesses. Not everyone agreed with these colorful and imaginative rituals, and counter-movements arose. Another peculiarity can also be seen in the development of German Freemasonry. In the 18th century, there were many small states in Germany. Accordingly, many different Grand Lodges were founded, something that did not exist in any other country. This is still reflected to a certain extent in today's Grand Lodge structure. The good thing is that there was a selection of different Masonic systems that still exist today, but not to this extent anymore. It is worth taking a look at two particular developments in the 18th century within the German Freemasonry: the strict observance and the Illuminati. The strict observance and the Illuminati represent special currents in the German Freemasonry of the 18th century, around which numerous myths and legends are still entwined. The visible beginnings of the strict observance date back on the middle of the 18th century and are closely connected to the person of the Silesian Baron, we have heard from him, Karl Gotthelf from Hund und Alten Grottkau. The official name was High Order of the Knights of the Holy Temple in Jerusalem, Hoher Orden der Ritter des Heiligen Tempels zu Jerusalem. The name strict observance was only used as from 1764 and alludes to the unconditional duty of obedience of the superiors of the order. In 1741, Hund was in Frankfurt on the occasion of Charles VII's coronation as emperor and was accepted into the French-speaking lodge of the Three Thistles in the Freemasons' Bond. In 1742, according to his report, he was accepted into the Order of the Temple by Scottish Knights in Paris. When questioned later, Hund stated that he had been accepted into the secret Templar order still existing in Scotland and that he had been introduced to the unknown superior of the order. In fact, it was probably the sublime order of the chosen knights. He took the name Equus a penna rubra, the Knight of the Red Feather, to be the pretender Charles Edward Stuart. The system of strict observance was based on the claim that the Order of Knights Templar, which was dissolved in 1312, continued to exist in secret and was then revived as Freemasonry around 400 years later, led by secret superiors, a concept that is also found among the Rosicrucians. Hund is said to have been appointed by these unknown superiors of the temple masters as commander-in-chief or provisional grand master of the 7th province of the order, that is Germany, you have heard it. After several unsuccessful attempts to get in touch with the court of the pretender to the throne, Charles Edward Stuart, he decided to take the organization of the 7th province of the Order of the Temple into his own hands. From 1751, he founded the rite of strict observance within Freemasonry. He thereby always propagated this idea of a line of development from the Knights Templar of the Freemasons. In 1755, he drew up an operation plan to attract as many people as possible of high class. The organization developed quickly, and soon a large part of the Freemasonry of the time also belonged to the strict observance, including people from noble families and high administrative officials. Of course, the organization also offered its members a network that enabled contacts and accommodation on small diplomatic trips. But ruling princes also discovered their need for such a network instrument. The strong political exploitation and the desertification of the brothers led to a serious crisis, especially after Hund, who had been the great driving force behind the order, was deposed. After his death in 1776, the convent of Wilhelmsbad of 1782 was supposed to stop the disintegration and restore order within the strict observance, but this did not succeed. In the history of the rectified Scottish Rite, Walter Hess writes about strict observance. The strict observance has been sharply and rightly so criticized and it cannot be overlooked that for almost 20 years it has dominated German and large parts of European Freemasonry. Despite all the unpleasant aspects, the symbolic lodges in particular did good Masonic work and were able to win over the intellectual elite in state administration, army, nobility, and politics. For example, the later kings of Prussia and Bavaria, Friedrich Wilhelm II and Maximilian Joseph of Pfalz-Zweibrücken. The sometimes harebrained arguments took place mainly in the inner order. Freemasonry expanded during these years. Between 1760 and 1780, the number of lodges and Freemasons in Germany quadrupled and probably reached more than 10,000 members, most of whom were also members of the strict observance. The symbolic lodges worked little differently than before and later and were apparently unaffected by the disputes in the inner order. These were always relatively small and in 1780 comprised only 1,375 people. It was not just uncritical men who felt drawn to the order. And so, it is not surprising that some ideas and fragments were continued in the some high-grade systems after the convent of Wilhelmsbad. And now, Adam Weishaupt, professor of canon law in Ingolstadt and founder of the Illuminati order in 1776, is said to have first become a Freemason in a lodge of the Royal York Grand Lodge. Then he is said to have founded his own lodge in Ingolstadt and then converted it to the order of the Illuminati. It is not certain whether this happened historically in exactly the same way. What is certain, however, is that the Illuminati order was firmly rooted in Freemasonry at the time. All his life, Weishaupt had resentment towards the Jesuits, who at the time were often opponents of science and progress. After the collapse of the strict observance in 1782, the Illuminati attracted a number of prominent Freemasons as new members, including Johann Joachim Christoph Bode, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, and Duke Ernst II of Saxe-Gotha-Altenburg. The latter later also converted a number of lodges of the former strict observance into Minerval churches of the Illuminati. French Freemasonry, which had spread across Europe, has been strongly utopian since the 1730s. At the latest, it was convinced that the goddess of justice, Astrea, who, according to Ovid's Metamorphoses, had left the earth at the beginning of the Iron Age, had promised to return to earth and the end of that age to start a new golden age. Now, she had returned because the Masons were practicing virtue again. This utopianism was also characteristic of the German strict observance, which, following the example of the Jesuit Republic in Paraguay, the ideal classless state, wanted to found a Masonic state in Labrador, Canada. So it's not surprising that the Illuminati order also strived for an ideal state. It was never about reforming the world through a violent revolution, but rather creating an elite through education that was supposed to reform the world in an enlightening sense. Religion and autocratic princes should disappear in the long run and be replaced by reasoned and wise leaders. Among other things, Goethe's Egmont was obligatory literature for the novices. And now, development of Freemasonry in Germany as from the 19th century. At the beginning of the 19th century, Freemasonry changed forever. And not only in Germany, the French Revolution and the rise of Napoleon had completely changed the culture of Europe. While the rituals were Christian and mystical up until then, they had now become humanistic, moralistic, and romantic. One can also say that there was a bourgeoisie in Freemasonry, which concerned both the acceptance of non-nobles and the attitude that become more bourgeois. By 1933, 11 Grand Lodges with 80,000 members has developed in Germany. The old Prussian Grand Lodges with a so-called Christian orientation were the strongest in terms of members. After the end of the Second World War, the so-called humanitarian Masonic lodges formed the majority. The distinction between Christian and humanitarian is basically a misleading one. All lodges can accept people of any or no denomination. All lodges have humanism and as a cornerstone. But of course, there's a certain weight thing, is variety is a good thing. On August 15th of 1935, 2 years after the National Socialists came to power, Freemasonry was finally banned, lodges and Grand Lodges were closed and their property confiscated. And now I come to the next item about the development of the Grand Landlodge under Zinnendorf. Johann Wilhelm Kellner von Zinnendorf, born with the name Ellenberger, in August 1731 in Halle. Yes? And died 8th of June in 1782, was field medic in the 7 Years' War, Royal Prussian military doctor, field staff medic in the Bavarian Succession War of 1778 and 9, and founder of the Grand Landlodge of the Freemasons of Germany. Impressed by the excruciating misery of the war victims, he had the Berlin War Invalids House built. Zinnendorf was said to have an intolerant nature and a contentious personality. He played an important role in the Masonic system struggle of this time and is one of the best known and most active Freemasons of German Freemasonry. Yes, sir. He was accepted on the 13th March 1757 in the Lodge Philadelphia of the Three Golden Arms in his hometown Halle, which he had to leave again on 13th of May 1757 due to his departure. In the following year, he became member in the Breslau Lodge to the Three Dead Skeletons. In 1763, of the Berlin Grand Mother Lodge zu den drei Weltkugeln, to the Three Globes. In the same year, the English Grand Master denied him the constitution for a Berlin Lodge, which led to a break with English Freemasonry. Zinnendorf turned to the strict observance and in 1764 became prefect of the Templin Prefecture that included Berlin, Mark Brandenburg and Pomerania in this system. In 1765, he became the worshipful master of his lodge to the Three Globes, and in the same year, co-founder of the lodge to the Three Swords in Halle. Soon he came into conflict with the method of strict observance, which he left at the end of 1766. He then turned to the teachings of the Swedish system. In 1767, he left his lodge. He commissioned his lodge brother Baumann to travel to Stockholm and to purchase from Carl Friedrich Eklef, who was in the royal service as a counselor to the chancellery, the ritual system he had worked on, so simply to buy it off. There would be many exciting things to report about the Masonic condition in Sweden at that time that are directly related to the foundation and development of Christian-based Freemasonry in Germany. But this is not the subject of my lecture today. Just one remark. In 1769, Zinnendorf reactivated in Berlin the St. John's Lodge to the 3 golden keys, according to the Swedish system, and whose worshipful master he was until 1776. This lodge had been active from 1743 till 1749 in Halle as a daughter of the lodge to the 3 globes. In 1770, he founded the Grand Landlodge of Freemasons in Germany and took over the office of Deputy National Grand Master from 1774 to 1775, and from 1780 until his untimely death, the office of National Grand Master. Among the founding members were the lodges Minerva, we heard, the first lodge in the system. That's our lodge number 1. The already mentioned lodge to the 3 golden keys, 3 golden anchors, Hercules in Potsdam, to the 3 roses in Hamburg, which included the poet Matthias Claudius, to the Golden Globe, and in Hamburg to the Golden Crown, in Stargard in Pomerania. In 1773, the new Grand Lodge was recognized by the English Grand Lodge and thus regularized. In 1776, he founded the Grand Chapter of the Order Indissolubilis, of which he became Master of the Order. He died in the arms of his friend and brother, Friedrich von Castillon, on the 8th of June, 1782, working in a lodge. This Friedrich von Castillon was a scientist, translator and professor of philosophy and the later Knight Academy in Berlin, as well as Freemason in the Grand Landlodge in Berlin. In 1810, Castillon was involved in the foundation of the Freemasons Association of the 3 Grand Landlodges in Berlin. These 3 Grand Lodges, also known as the 3 Old Prussian Grand Lodges, were, in addition to the Grand Landlodge to the both other I talk about, is the oldest, the Grand Landlodge to the 3 globes is the oldest of the 3, founded as early as 1740. One of its daughter lodges became the Grand Lodge of Royal York of Friendship. It was founded in 1776. Interesting to know, as Crown Prince and without the knowledge of his father, the soldier king Frederick the Great was accepted into the Grand Landlodge to the 3 globes. Now back to Castillon, who was in Stockholm in 1776 on behalf of Zinnendorf because the important documents and knowledge were still missing for Eklef's files to establish the Masonic order. in the form of an order chapter for the Grand Landlodge. In the meantime, Eklef was no longer the master of the order. He had handed over all his knowledge of documents to the Duke of Södermanland, the subsequent Swedish King Charles XIII. However, Castellón brought the necessary charter and some important items. Thus, in the same year was founded the Grand Governing Chapter of the Order, Indissolubilis. This meant that the Masonic order was complete according to the model at that time, but there were still considerable gaps in the advanced stages of knowledge, some of which could only be filled in much later. This would also exciting to report, and if could extend this lecture for at least another 6 hours. I don't want that. The Grand Landlodge increased enormously in new lodges and members. Many turned away from the already mentioned strict observance. This could not be indifferent to the leaders of this system, especially within Germany, and they fought the young Grand Landlodge not least by choosing to aforementioned Duke of Södermanland as their leader, because this highest position had been vacant since the death of Baron von Hund in 1776. The prerequisite was that he, as a leader of the Swedish Grand Lodge, declared the granted patents null and void. This was basically true because these had only been issued by Eklef. This letter to the Grand Landlodge is still in the archive in its original form as so-called cassation file. You see this on the right side. But the further course of history shows that after years of a silence between the Grand Landlodge and the Swedish Grand Lodge, there had been official contact again, as from 1818. In 1819, these resulted in a friendship treaty. Yes. That still exists today as the basis. Completing the German files was also one of its topics, because in these many years, the development of the Masonic content has changed significantly from the system worked on in the Grand Landlodge. The rituals updated in Sweden have now been given to the Grand Landlodge. It was the Christian Carl Friedrich Freiherr von Nettelblatt who, on the base of the new documents, carefully adapted the original ones obtained from Eklef and adapted them to the needs and circumstances within the Grand Landlodge. They did not want to forego the two-part system of the Grand Lodge that exists in Sweden before 1780. Today, the Grand Landlodge is still largely working according to this comprehensive ritual reform, which includes all rituals of the 10 degrees. The differences to the Swedish system still today consist of traditional motifs and are respectively accepted. I mention this historical course in great detail because the founding of lodges in the Baltic states happened precisely at the time of the speechlessness between the Grand Landlodge and the Swedish Grand Lodge. And now I took a short brief to the foundation of the lodges in the Baltic states by the Grand Landlodge. Above all, the Baltic Germans living in Livonia and Kurland wanted to be able to establish lodges in their homeland. This resulted in the following lodges foundations by the Grand Landlodge. I will let the chroniclers have their say in advance. In 1773, the Apollo Lodge was also established in Riga. The first worshipful master was the merchant, Brother Daniel Bötefür, we say in German. Disputes with the Mother Lodge over the admission of brothers from unrecognized lodges led to the separation from the Grand Landlodge in 1785. On September 1st, in 1776, the Provincial Lodge was founded in St. Petersburg, which in 1777 had a total of 18 lodges. This Provincial Lodge works at Zinnendorf, Rite, existed until 1785. The efforts of the agile and zealous brother Baron von Reichel succeeded in bringing this Provincial Lodge into being. Jelagin took over the office of Provincial Grand Master. The preliminary negotiations for the foundation of the Provincial Lodge took place in the Nemesis Lodge, and they came into completion in the Hippocrates Lodge. Unfortunately, Jelagin was not the right person to make head against the other emerging associations in Russia, especially the Swedish Provincial Lodge under Gagarin. One link after the other crumbled until work was stopped in 1785, the Rite like Zinnendorf. The large influx to Apollo Lodge Riga, which had existed since 1775, prompted the establishment at the same place of the new lodge under the name Castor, we heard. The first worshipful master was Brother Hagemeister. He was major. The lodge has been working since 1st of March 1778. On 12th of December 1785, it renounced its connection with the Grand Landlodge for the same reason as the Lodge Apollo. Brother Bötefür, worshipful master of Apollo Lodge, had eagerly tried to found the Pollux Lodge in Dorpat in 1779. It was not awarded a charter because the right to found lodges in Livonia could be denied to the Grand Lodge. The contract with the Grand Lodge of England did not allow this. However, the lodge was to be recognized as legitimate. The worshipful master was Brother Graf von Münich. The lodge renounced its connection with the Grand Lodge on 20th of April 1785. So there was a lodge association of the Riga lodges Apollo, Castor, to Sword, Isis, Reval, and Pollux to Dorpat at the group under Jelagin, said Lennings. Lennings said in German language, write a book. On 25 January 1785, the Pollux Lodge joined to the lodge to the three banners, or also called to the three flags or standards in Moscow, where it took on its new name zum Morgenstern, to the Morning Star. We have heard about the author Lenz, Brother Lenz. He was in the lodge in Dorpat. He went to Moscow and died there. He was a brother. He goes to the three banners. Due to the provisions of the treaty concluded with the Grand Lodge of England, the Castor Lodge, which was reactivated in Riga in 2017, and Pollux Lodge could not be established by the Grand Lodge of Germany because these lodges were outside his jurisdiction. However, they were initiated by the Grand Landlodge and recognized afterwards as daughter lodges. The background of these lodge foundations was to curb the influence of lodges of the strict observance. Wistinghausen, the name we have heard it, who recently dealt extensively with Freemasonry in the Russian Empire, only explains about the Pollux Lodge that only so much is known about the further fate of the Dorpater Lodge that it must have existed in December 1786. According of his research, this may be based on an error, because, as already mentioned, the Pollux Lodge has already separated from the Grand Landlodge under the name, we heard it, zum Morgenstern, to the Morning Star. He goes on to say, that is our distinguished Templar chapter founded here in 1776, which has since been restored under the name to the crowned flag and was prefect in 1782. On 18th of August in 1779, Duke Ferdinand to Braunschweig, from the strict observance, had given him a constitution of his lodge to the three flags, with the right to establish further lodges. You cannot find out more about the further history of the Pollux Lodge from here. Finally, together with my brief remarks, I had a copy of a historical document which I have here. It is a report of the funeral service of Brother Johann Jakob von Böber, the deputy master of the Rival Lodge Astrea, with the hint that there is still more records to be found in the archival material of the secret Prussian state archives in Berlin that need to be discovered. Yes, at this one. You see apart these 2 pages on the left side, that is from the funeral. And on the right side, you see a document, the first side of the lodge of the zu den drei Streithämmern. And in the middle, what is a little bit higher, there you can see the end of the document from the master of the lodge, Böte für. There are documents I found by my last visit in the archive in Berlin. So, this is the end of my speech. I hope you enjoyed. I thank you.
So, thank you for your presentation. And any remarks, questions, please? So, everything is clear. Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nice to have the speech here. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we are coming close to our last presentation with topics of Masonic connections of Estonian diplomats between two world wars. And I present you the historian and diplomat Silver Light. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear brethren, it's my honor and pleasure to be here, and it was a pleasure to see real archive records during the last presentation by Edgar Müller.
I think this kind of materials will enrich us all, and I try to do my best now in sharing a few of the documents with you that come from the National Archives of Estonia and are connected to Masonic connections of Estonian diplomats between the two world wars. It is a well-established fact that there was no regular Freemasonry in Estonia between the two world wars, unlike in Latvia and Finland, for example. The only lodges that were created in independent Estonia belonged to the so-called co-Freemasonry, the International Order of Mixed Freemasonry, Le Droit du Monde, founded in France in 1893 and officially registered by the Estonian Ministry of the Interior on the 26th of August 1926. The first Estonian mixed lodge, Kalevipoeg number 807, named after Estonian national epic, was created by the Finnish lodge Vabamüürlaste and worked in Estonian language in Tallinn. One of the most significant members of the Estonian co-masons was probably Mait Metsanurk, born Eduard Hubel, a well-known writer who led the neo-realist school of Estonian literature and served as a chairman of the Estonian Writers' Union between 1930 to 1936. The movement included a number of people from the ranks of Baltic Germans and the Russian emigre community as well. This is actually the list of members in 1926. The left side, the right side, you can see the constitution of a newly established lodge. On the 15th of November 1939, according to the resolution of the Minister of the Interior, August Jürimaa, the lodge Kalevipoeg was closed with a number of other clubs and societies that had not presented any documents proving the continuation of their activities. This was not caused by any anti-Masonic decree that was never issued in Estonia, but by lack of activity. Nevertheless, November 1939 was the second month of a forced coexistence with Soviet military bases in formerly independent Estonia, and there was less than a year left until the illegal annexation of Estonia to the Soviet Union under the auspices of the Stalin-Hitler Pact. The Soviet and the Nazi regimes were not only allies but resembled each other, as both of these regimes had outlawed Freemasonry. Facts pertaining to the activities of co-masonry in Estonia can be found in the National Archives of Estonia and the official journal of the Finnish branch of Le Droit du Monde, called Kulmamitta. It has been mentioned in one of these journals that during the 1930s, some of the Estonian co-masons had visited the Masonic collections of the Provincial Museum of Estonian Literature, the predecessor of the contemporary Estonian History Museum here. That means the co-masons felt connections with the same unique, regular Masonic heritage that grew from the 4 local Masonic lodges in Tallinn in the 18th to 19th centuries, displayed here today. This would complete the story of Freemasonry in pre-war Estonia, unless we take into account a number of documents preserved in the National Archives of Estonia, in the collection of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. On the 20th of December 1925, the former Speaker of Estonian Parliament and the owner and chief editor of a leading daily Postimees, Jaan Tõnisson, wrote to Edward Virgo, the Consul General and Chargé d'Affaires in Sweden, Denmark, and Norway, residing in Stockholm. In this letter, Jaan Tõnisson asked Consul General Virgo to provide him with some information and materials concerning Freemasonry. Jaan Tõnisson did not reveal the reason for his interest in the Masonic movement. Edward Virgo most probably wanted to please the prominent statesman and the former Prime Minister, Tõnisson, and turned to Mr. Isidor Fagraus, the Honorary Consul of Estonia in Sweden, a well-connected man who happened to be a member of the Swedish Order of Freemasons. Mr. Fagraus suggested the creation of a lodge in Estonia very soon, and this idea found the clear support of Mr. Virgo, who claimed that Freemasonry would surely tighten connections between the two countries of Estonia and Sweden. Nevertheless, Mr. Tõnisson did not provide further information about his plans. In October 1926, Mr. Virgo mentioned the issue of Freemasonry to Foreign Minister Friedrich Karl Akel and the Honorary Consul General in Copenhagen, Ernst Carlsen. The latter was a member of the Danish Order of Freemasons and was willing to use the momentum. The Danish Order of Freemasons used the Honorary Consul General of Estonia, Carlsen, as its representative and middleman and proposed the creation of a Masonic lodge in Estonia under its protection and support. Membership applications and CVs of 9 Estonians were requested by the Danes, and that could have been followed by their initiation into Freemasonry in Denmark. In addition to this, the Danes wanted to know about the existence of other Masonic institutions in Estonia, as well as former lodges in Tallinn closed by the Russian authorities already in 1820. According to the sources of the Estonian National Archives, Mr. Edward Virgo then suggested the following prominent people as potential candidates to the membership of the first Estonian lodge. Rector of the University of Tartu, Henrik Koppel, Professor of the University of Tartu and First Minister of Education of Estonia in 1918, Peeter Põld, Foreign Minister and former Head of State, Friedrich Karl Akel, school teacher and headmaster, one of the creators of Estonian modern education system, Jakob Westholm, President of the Bank of Estonia and former Head of State, Jüri Jaakson, Director of various banking institutions and former President of the Bank of Estonia and Minister of Finance, Georg Vestel, former President of the Bank of Estonia, Artur Uibovu, Jaan Tõnisson, and Edward Virgo himself. I tried to actually to put these photos using the geographical logic where these people were born, but not too regrettably, of course, but actually majority of them were born in the southern part of Estonia. That made it quite complicated to put them together onto one map. So, as you can see, this group included 2 former heads of state, 1 current and 4 former ministers, the rector of the oldest university in Estonia, not to mention 1 current and 2 former presidents of the Bank of Estonia. There was only one minor problem related to this most remarkable list or even affair. From the sources so far known to us, we cannot find any information about the real will of these candidates to join Freemasonry. It is possible that the Estonian candidates' interest in joining Freemasonry was somewhat overestimated by Edward Virgo. But this all did not create obstacles to the preparations initiated by the Danish Order of Freemasons already underway, according to correspondence preserved in the Estonian National Archives. By the way, this thing here shows us that basically you can log in using your email and all the content is very easily downloadable. Some of the material is in Danish, so it could be an interesting subject for Danish speakers. So, the initiation of the Estonian candidates was scheduled to happen on the 16th to 19th of October 1927. Eduard Virgo, Estonian diplomat, became increasingly nervous about the inactivity of the Estonian side, and on the 1st of September 1927, he sent an urgent letter to Jaan Tõnisson, claiming that according to the Honorary Consul General Mr. Carlsen, the King of Denmark and Iceland, Christian X, himself, had shown exceptional interest in the reception of Estonians into Freemasonry, and had mentioned his personal will to take part of the necessary preparations. Virgo added a warning to the letter: as the king has choleric temperament and could change his mind in 1 minute, I would ask you kindly not to delay your answer. Antti Talvitie today has already mentioned the role of King of Denmark and Iceland then in connections with the Finnish Freemasonry, so most probably the king had also some intention here in the case of Estonia. It was noted by Virgo that if some of the Estonian candidates could not come to Copenhagen, it would be acceptable for the Danish side to receive other Estonians as well. The issue of a gift to the Danish Freemasons was discussed as well, a new Danish flag for the Grand Lodge building in Copenhagen. By the way, the cornerstone of the Grand Lodge building was laid by the King Christian X himself a few years earlier. As you know, according to a medieval legend, the Dannebrog fell from the sky in the Battle of Lindaniise in Tallinn in 1219. Therefore, it would have been the most symbolic present. In the correspondence between Eduard Virgo and his subordinate, the secretary of the Estonian consulate general in Copenhagen, Philip Karl Ferdinand Kaljot, the latter has claimed that he had been accepted as a Freemason in Copenhagen on the 25th of January 1928 in order to translate the necessary Masonic ritual from the Danish language into Estonian. But in December 1927, Jaan Tõnisson was elected to become the new head of state, riigivanem in Estonian, basically the prime minister with some representative functions. Estonia had no president this time. And in May 1928, Eduard Virgo was appointed as Estonian envoy to Riga. There are no archive records about the initiation into Freemasonry of the previously mentioned Estonians, except Mr. Kaljot, the secretary of the Estonian consulate in Copenhagen. As a conclusion of this Nordic chapter of a history of Freemasonry in Estonia, we can see that there was a realistic chance to found and develop Masonic activities under the protection of the Swedish or Danish Grand Lodges already in the 1920s, when Estonia was a democratic country where the activities of various clubs and societies were free, except the organization of a small number of hardline communists conspiring against the independence and statehood of Estonia. Estonia was very much admired for its law on cultural autonomy of minorities, adopted by the Estonian parliament in February 1925. This law guaranteed Estonia's national minorities the right to decide their own national cultural matters. Estonian diplomats and politicians did not rely on Sweden as a potential military ally against two potential enemies, the Soviet Russia and Germany, but taking into account the mythical good old Swedish rule that covered the era starting with the second half of the 16th century and the 17th century, still remembered by Estonian people. The Scandinavian orientation in culture and politics had its proponents. One of them was Jaan Tõnisson himself, who supported Anglo-Scandinavian orientation that should have served as one of the guarantees against authoritarian and corrupt trends in Estonian politics. Jaan Tõnisson had already had his earlier connections with Scandinavia. As the first semi-official representative of Estonia, he had arrived in Sweden as early as January 1918, 1 month before the declaration of Estonia's independence. And as a member of Estonian foreign delegation, he had later visited Denmark as well. As a chief editor and owner of the Estonian daily Postimees, he had most probably read about Masonic affairs in foreign press earlier. It remains an open question whether he ever joined Freemasonry or if he was ever even interested in joining it. Behind the scenes described by Estonian diplomats in their reports, one could see a certain diplomatic competition between Sweden, the great power of Scandinavia, and the less powerful and more distant Denmark to obtain some influence and position in the 4 Baltic countries of Finland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Just to remind, Finland was also widely treated as a Baltic country between the 2 world wars. Both Sweden and Denmark, even more significantly, had supported Estonia in its war of independence 1918 to 1920 that added remarkable strength to the Estonian military, supported by Estonia's key allies, Great Britain, Finland, Latvia, Russian Northwestern Army, US, and Baltic German volunteers. In June 1928, King Christian X made a return visit to the President of Finland, Lauri Christian Relander, who had visited Denmark in October 1926. In September 1928, Estonian head of state, Jaan Tõnisson, paid a state visit to Sweden, and in June 1929, the King of Sweden, Gustav V, who was the Grand Master of the Swedish Order of Freemasons as well, made a return visit to Tallinn. Some plans for state visits between Denmark and Estonia were made between the 2 world wars, but regrettably, these plans never materialized. What about the Estonian diplomat Philip Kaljot, who joined the Freemasonry in Denmark? In Estonian sources, we have not found any information about his Masonic activities, but now we have good news from Meelis Piller, the auditory, that he actually was a member of the oldest lodge in Denmark, St. John's Lodge of Zorobabel, that actually was founded in 1745. In March 1930, Kaljot returned from Copenhagen and started his work as director of the Department of Commerce and Industry at the Ministry of Economy in Tallinn. In May 1934, Kaljot was posted to Prague as first secretary and consul of the Estonian legation. It is noteworthy that according to the Polish historian Ludwig Hass, researcher of Freemasonry, the annual grand communication of the National Grand Lodge of Czechoslovakia in 1935 was visited by an Estonian representative who claimed to represent the Grand Lodge of Estonia. Certainly, there was no Grand Lodge of Estonia, at least we know about, but we cannot rule out that the Estonian diplomat or the Estonian representative was Mr. Kaljot himself, who probably could have visited lodges in other countries as well. The number of potential sources about the activities of Philip Kaljot is quite limited. He was unable to write memoirs as he was arrested on the 14th of June 1941 by Soviet occupation authorities and was murdered in a Soviet prison camp, like 1/3 of Estonian diplomats who were either deported and or murdered by the Soviet regime. As far as the 9 candidates to the Grand Lodge of Denmark were concerned, the former Estonian heads of state Jaan Tõnisson and Friedrich Akel were murdered by the Soviet Union at an unknown time and place, basically probably in summer 1941. And the third former head of state, Yuri Jaakson, was shot by Soviet secret police NKVD in 1942 in Sevurala, Sverdlovsk Oblast. The 3 Estonian former heads of state shared the fate of the rest of the 7 who were either executed or who died in Soviet captivity. Only 1 former Estonian head of state was able to flee to free world. The former Minister of Finance, Trade and Industry, Georg Vestel, the diplomat Eduard Virgo, the school headmaster Jakob Westholm, the bank director Artur Uibobu, and the former Minister of Education Peeter Põld passed away in independent Estonia in the 1930s. The former rector of University of Tartu, Henrik Koppel, died of gangrene in 1944 in occupied Estonia. Hopefully, it will be possible to find more information about the attempt of the Danish Order of Freemasons to create a lodge in Estonia in the Danish archives. The rest of the sources in Estonia between the 2 world wars are even more fragmentary. In 1957, the former deputy foreign minister, the former Estonian envoy to Kaunas and Paris, Oskar Eugen Öpik, published the first part of his memoirs in Stockholm. Probably having had a certain degree of envy, Öpik mentioned the active service of one of the best-known diplomats, the long-time Estonian envoy to France, Italy, Spain, Poland, Belgium, and Romania, Karel Robert Pusta, who had been most successful in establishing good connections in various clubs and societies in Paris, and was well known in the diplomatic circles of the League of Nations in Geneva. Öpik disseminated a rumor that some people had claimed that Pusta had become a member of a French Masonic lodge that included many representatives of the parliament and other remarkable figures. Öpik added that he did not know if his rumor was true or not, but the simple explanation for Pusta's success could have been his temperament, suitable for Paris. Pusta was still alive when the memoirs of Öpik were published, but his attitude towards the probably artificial Masonic connection is unknown for us. There is actually no proof to support Pusta's Masonic connections. But now it is time to turn our eyes to Latvia, Estonia's single military ally between the 2 world wars. At the beginning of the 1920s, Estonia and Latvia had had some minor political frictions, but the overall bilateral relations were exceptionally good in the 1930s. Both countries had a similar threat perception, potential enemies, and diplomats of the 2 countries met and talked frequently. On the 27th of October 1934, Estonian chargé d'affaires in Stockholm and Copenhagen, Otto Artur Grant, sent a top-secret memo to the leadership of the foreign ministry on his meeting with the Latvian envoy to Sweden, Denmark, and Norway, Peeteris Seja. Among other issues, Seja mentioned that he personally was a bit concerned that both the Secretary General of the Foreign Ministry of Latvia, Wilhelms Munters, and Swedish envoy to Riga, Patrick Reuterswärd, were Freemasons, and envoy Reuterswerd had a higher Masonic degree. Seja asked Grant if the latter knew something about the mutual obligations of Freemasons, mentioning that Munteres as a Freemason was no exception among Latvian diplomats. According to envoy Seja, former Latvian envoy to Stockholm and Tallinn, Karlis Reinholds Zarinj, also belonged to the membership of a lodge in Stockholm. For envoy Seja, the Swedish-Latvian Masonic connections were a confirmation of a wise strategy of Sweden in spreading its influence among the Latvians. Envoy Seja asked to handle this information confidentially and in the most secret way, but probably had no illusions that his Estonian counterpart would report it to his superiors in Tallinn. There is no information on Estonian Foreign Ministry's attitude or reaction to this issue, as there were definitely more urgent matters to be solved in international relations. It is a fact that the Latvian diplomats Karlis Zarinj and Alfred Biilmanis belonged to the membership of a well-established Stockholm lodge, then Nordiska Fürsta, and they were not the only Latvian members of a Swedish lodge. Peter Seja passed away at the beginning of June 1940, only a few weeks before a full military takeover and occupation of the three Baltic countries, and thus he would never learn how the diplomats and Sweden-related Freemasons, Latvian envoy to London Karlis Zarinj and Latvian envoy to Washington Alfred Biilmanis, pursued the most important mission of protecting the interests of occupied Baltic countries in the free world. On the 17th of May 1940, that means less than 2 months before the full military takeover of Latvia by the Soviets, the government of Latvia granted the envoy to London Karlis Zarinj extraordinary powers to supervise the work of Latvia's representations abroad in time of war or other extraordinary circumstance. Zarinj served this role with great pride starting from July 1940 until his death in 1963. Latvian envoy in Washington, Alfred Biilmanis, was one of the most active and outspoken Baltic diplomats in the US and helped to lay the ground to the formulation of the US non-recognition policy of the Soviet annexation of the three Baltic countries for the following 5 decades, and did a lot to keep the Baltic question high on the agenda. In fact, we as Estonians also owe very much to these 2 men among our own exile diplomatic community. They all work together. To sum it up, Estonian diplomats were well-connected people, and some of them met the topic of Freemasonry during their work. But according to Estonian archive sources, we know only one diplomat who belonged to Freemasonry, now confirmed by Danish sources, Philip Kaljot, who has claimed this in his diplomatic correspondence in January 1928. Why did regular Freemasonry not appear and spread in Estonia between the 2 world wars, as there were no political nor religious obstacles for its activities in Estonia? The answer is not clear. We should take into account that Estonia was full of vibrant clubs and societies before and after the coup d'etat of 12 March 1934 that introduced an authoritarian regime in Estonia. A large number of Estonia's politicians, military men, business people and state officials were members of Estonia's student fraternities, a movement much older, larger and stronger than, for example, in Latvia. These academic connections established during the studies remain for life. Estonia's crème de la crème, belonged to a famous elite club, Centum, established in 1925 and uniting 100 top politicians, state officials and businessmen, as well as foreign diplomats residing in Estonia or visiting Tallinn. Among others, the Rotary and the lodges of the International Order of Good Templars were active and well established in Estonia. Articles on Freemasonry appeared only very rarely in Estonian newspapers, and they were mainly translated from the foreign press. In turbulent times, especially at the beginning of the 1930s, some of the radical political forces used Freemasonry for scapegoating politicians like the Commander-in-Chief, Lieutenant General Johan Laidoner, who from his part publicly distanced himself from Freemasonry, claiming that he had never had any Masonic affiliation at all in his life. As a conclusion, we can say that Freemasonry as well as anti-Masonry remained marginal, if not almost unknown topic in pre-war Estonia. Still, it is necessary to research the few existing links here in the Estonian and foreign archives, as this will help us better understand of our history and the story of our civil society. In this picture you can see the new main building of the Estonian National Archives, Noora in Tartu, a house full of history. Thank you for your attention.
It was like some kind of concentrate of information, and thank you very much. Any comments, questions, remarks? It's quite serious presentation, silence only. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Aitäh. So the conferences cannot last forever, I think. So we are coming to close this gathering very soon. I hope we had very, very useful and fruitful hours together here. And let's sum up this meeting. And today's presentations have described the similarities and differences of the Masonic paths in our countries over the period of over more than 250 years. Times have changed. National borders and countries themselves have changed. Organizations have been founded and disbanded as well. What about the values? As a Freemasons, we give a great respect to values such as charity and integrity, respect and friendship. These principles are older than the history of the Masonic orders described today and are important guidelines for all human beings. Today we have spoken a lot about the Masonic path. That is the road to building our own personal spiritual temples, using these principles as building blocks and Masonic teaching as a foundation. We all have a right to feel lucky, because we know that there are many more people in the world who share these values than just Freemasons. These common values are extremely important to all of us living on the earth. In fact, these values are not only important, but essential for our survival, for our universal happiness and prosperity. But more important still, we all have a right to feel lucky because we are all walking this path together. And now I would like to ask Anne Ruussaar to approach the stage. Are you Anne here? I can't see you. Oh, you are here. Anne is a fantastic person. Anne is the curator of, please come here. Anne is the curator of the exhibition of 250 years of Freemason in Estonia, and she, with her colleagues in History Museum, have done a tremendous job. And now the floor is yours.
Thank you, thank you. Dear guests, as a representative of Estonian History Museum, I want to thank you all. And my special thanks, of course, to our moderator, Paul Himma, and to all today's speakers. All the presentations were extremely interesting and gave us many new facts and knowledges, I hope, especially because the Freemasonry is not very widely and deeply studied in Estonia. So I hope we can see them published soon. And as a curator of the exhibit, I hope you have enough strength after this long day to visit our exhibit as well, where you can see the rare object from our collections. And the great news is that the exhibit, it's already a year old, has been nominated in different awards. The most important is, of course, the best exhibit of the year. So let's hope. And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And welcome back.
Karoli. Do we have Karoli here? Yeah, somebody has to work too, yes, of course. Sorry. Yes, it's true. I don't see her. Oh, Anne, can I pass to you? Karoli, may I ask you for a speech for half an hour? Yes. Thank you. Please join with applause to Karoli. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I just received information that we have been followed from 8 different countries. Is it true? Yes, I think. So it's quite wide number of audience. This conference is visible from the next week, and you should use the link what still is on the homepage of Estonian History Museum. So you can see the full recording of this today's conference. So I would like to thank our partners, technical staff, Konverentsi Keskus. Thank you. Applause. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And of course, I would like to thank all our audience. You have been very patient during the long day, but we have had, I think, interesting conference. And I would like to thank all our virtual audience at your homes or wherever you are. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed it. And finally, I ask you to join with me to greet with a big applause our speakers tonight. Thank you. And thank you on behalf of me and
finally...
No, conference is closed.
Not yet. Finally, we'd like to thank you, our moderator, and let's make together to Paul.
applause.
Okay.
Thank you.
So take care of yourselves and have a safe trip home. Thank you very much.